Hello, everyone. Loading overloaded. That seems wrong. That seems wrong, OBS. You piece of shit. Welcome. Hello. I'm trying to, I'm offering to make bags for people. Okay, here's what's up. I'm working on armoring. I'm at 168 armoring. Uh, and I offered to make people tier 5 bags because it helps them. Tier 5 bags are good. They're the best type of bag. It also helps me. So this morning, I've been gathering. I've gathered up 2,756 iron. And I want to make that into iron at some point. I'm a little short on flux, although I might have flux back at my main base. 100. So I'm going to have to buy some. I know McGrubber wants me to make 2 bags. So that's why I'm hanging out here, because this town has the tier 5 outfitter where I need to be to make bags. But yeah, trade skill wise, my armoring's at 168, which is very close to 200. It looks like it's very close to 200. It's not that close to 200. It's still a lot to get from 168 to 200. So I've been, I was making the cloth gloves. What I think I'm going to do, which I can't do here, but I think I'm going to switch to, I could make this one here. Let's go do that while we're waiting for Grubber to get his shit together. I'm going to switch to making orichalcum boots, I think. Because initially, I think the way the trade skills work out is there are multiple ways to do it. Not one is not better than the other. It just changes what you need to spend. So the most efficient, which isn't, it's not the most efficient, the cheapest, we'll say the cheapest way would be just to make base tier items. So like linen gloves, iron gauntlets, leather, coarse leather gloves, things that use the base materials. So that you don't have to spend flux or tannin or any of the refining reagents to make the materials, right? Because you can, unless you're going out and finding the reagents, you're probably buying them, and that costs money. So if you want to avoid spending money and you want to gather your own materials, it's easy to harvest fibers. It's easy to get iron-ish. You know, obviously you're competing with people also gathering it. And it's easy to get coarse leather. So the only issue with that is you're going to need a metric ass load of that stuff. You know, it's somewhere in the order of hundreds of thousands of each resource. But that is one way to do it. Now, that's going to take you a long time. So if you wanted to speed up the process, you could do it with the higher tier of either leather or weaving or metal. And honestly, you should probably, what I just realized today thinking about it, I should probably bounce between all 3. So I've been doing, I switched from doing linen gloves to doing steel gauntlets, because while it costs you some flux to refine the iron into steel, you also get bonus ingots. So that's a big thing, is refining iron into steel. If you use the good refining reagents, if you use shell dust flux or obsidian flux, you're going to get bonus ingots out of it. So that bonus is nice, because it means that you don't have to gather as much, or at least whatever you gather, you get a bonus on top of that. and you get more XP for doing steel gauntlets. Taking that a step further, you could actually, then what I realized, like, well, I actually have a bunch of orichalcum. What about if I make orichalcum boots? Because they're worth a lot more XP. The only downside to that is I'm having to spend more of the flux to go from iron to steel to star metal to orichalcum. So there's a dollar value associated there. But it is quicker. So that's what I'm looking at doing now. And then I realized what I should actually be doing is, as I get low on things like the shell dust flux and the obsidian flux, is I should be looking to level my armoring by making sateen gauntlets or silk gauntlets or fire white or whatever the infused cloth, I think the top one is, or the same with leather. I could be making rugged leather or layered leather or infused leather, because it's the same principle. Like all of the, if you go back and look at the armoring list, all the 3 different types, whether it's light, which is cloth, medium, which is leather, or heavy, which is metal, they all take the same amount of resource. It just changes based on which encumbrance, which armor, what do you call that? Probably has a phrase. Equip set? Equip load? Yeah, between the 3. So you've obviously got light, medium, and heavy. And I have like a crap load of tannin and the cloth weave, because I almost never use, like I mostly do metal stuff. So I should actually be jumping around rather than just doing metal. So we might try and mess with that today and see what's up. Because when I get to 200 armoring, I can start thinking about making my void bent armor. Because that's the other thing that happened, is I found another void ore. I found another void ore last night, so I have 3 void ore now, which is pretty rad. So what? Here's a question: do they require? No, they just use low forge. Okay, so coarse leather, timber. I don't have my woodworking outfit here, but that's okay. Or my tanning outfit, but again, that's okay. Ooh, although I should probably go get that. Oh, Grubber's here already. Oh, I'm short on... Aha. Well, I'm going to roll the dice and expect that I'll get at least 2 procs of... Yeah, cool. Okay. So, Grubber wants 2 of the infused leather bags. Yep. 2 of the runes. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Oh, actually. So we're using the sliver of cobalt, which will guarantee it be a mining bag. Or both of them will be mining bags. Oh. Fuck.
That was legitness.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, if we do this quickly. Yeah, I completely forgot I needed to have picked up my armoring items and my armor food buff. Enki! Thank you for 11 months. Let's get some hearts in chat, please. Okay, so that's engineering, armor, armor. Is it just 3? I think it's just those 2, right? Or do I have armor pants somewhere? Really wish you could just type the perk in and search it. I'm pretty sure it's just those ones. And then I need... Also, is Joe watching my stream? No. I think... I really thought I had a third... I wouldn't be carrying it. Yeah, I know I'm over encumbered. Maybe it's stone cutting. There we go. Armor. I knew I had another one. All right, so now we drink the potion so we can travel. Okay. And now put on my fancy shoes, my earring, my gloves, and my chest piece. Shit, I read the wrong one. Whatever. Okay, so now we should have increase armoring ear. Cool. So that got us like an extra, I don't know, 15 or 20 gear score. Cool. I'll do them one by one. I just don't trust this to add Azoth both times because it's Amazon. I'm not forgetting anything, right? Silk, Star Metal, Rune, Azoth, thingy. Numbers look good. 526. Azoth and Plentiful Shells. And Silk, Star Metal, Perk, Azoth. Cool. Hey, luck. All right. Not perfect rolls, but not terrible either. Yeah. And then I need to figure out why I am so encumbered. Ooh, that got us a lot of XP. That got us a level, because I was at 168 before. Now I'm 169 and I'm almost 170. That's why you make bags for free. That's the weaving. I am shorting myself here because I don't have my weaving outfit, but that's okay. This will get me back under encumbered. We'll hang out just to make sure no one else wants a bag, but then I think we are good to head out. Let's craft those. Oh, I didn't make the coarse leather. Fuck. This will be another nice bit of armoring XP. Oh, that was weaponsmithing. Still. Cycle some of these projects out that we're not going to do. That's an expensive one. I'll do that later. All right. I think we're pretty good on that. I'm going to have to go back and refine the iron because it's just taking up... I might have gone overkill. Either I need to refine it or I need to put it on the auction house, or both. Okay. Yeah, how much XP do I actually get? 12K. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah, the gauntlets that I mean the I've been trying to give Joe this staff that I found yesterday, and I've tried 3 times and he hasn't responded. Which it might not be an upgrade for him, but I'd be surprised. I mean, do you want this? Is this an upgrade for you? This fire staff? I guess I could link it to you. That would actually be easier, wouldn't it? Fuck, why won't that work? Oh, you can't link when you're not in the city? Oh, that sucks. Anyway, that. I think it's got pretty good stats. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, you can put whatever gem in that you want, but I figure crit chance and empowered is probably pretty money. That show up. That won't load. Yeah, why won't that load? Just tell me if it's an upgrade or not. If it's not, I'll just salvage it. Because, like, it wouldn't be that hard to probably buy one that's higher eye level, but I don't know if the stats... Obviously, it rolled int and focus rather than just pure int, which isn't great. But I figured crit chance and empower, which is a damage buff, plus an empty socket, so you can put whatever gem you want. 25 int and has decent perks. Okay. I just wanted to know so I could get rid of it, so it's not taking up space because it weighs 12 weight. Yeah, no worries. Hello. The other thing is whether I have the leather. I can't remember. Did I put any on the auction house? Put ironhide. Not horse leather. Okay. So am I storing? I am. Okay. No worries, yeah. I got it farming yesterday, and it, normally if it's like, the only thing that's not great about it is that, yeah, it's got focus as well as int, but I think crit chance plus empowered was a good enough combo that I thought I'd hold on to it. And then we'll head back to town and I'll see about doing another crafting spree. Oh, I can actually make a pretty fancy musket, Joe. Oh, here's grubber. I don't think it's that great though. I'll show you the one. Okay, it's from this recipe. No, I don't have the recipe on me. It's from a recipe though. That's a different, whatever. You already gave me one, so that's fine. Oh, I'm too encumbered. Ooh. I might not have enough tannin. Yeah, I might not have enough tannin. Let's see if I can buy some. Ooh. I can pay to move it. So I can probably shift some over from maybe. I don't know if I have any in. Oh, I do. Okay. What? We are. That is both factions, you piece of crap. Wait. So someone hasn't paid the upkeep? That's a new one. I didn't know that was a thing. So both our territory, we own First Light and Cutlass, but because it's saying because one of them hasn't paid the upkeep, I can't transfer items. Oh. Right. So now I'm heading over here. This is me working 9 to 5 at 2 miles an hour. I don't know why I have the axe out. I don't even have the buff right now. Crazy if you let her in. Ooh, I'll be short if I do that. Aren't I? Does anyone remember how much layered? I think I'm short. Isn't it 45? Because it couldn't have disappeared. And I would have got some bonuses. I don't know why I'm walking this way, because now I need to go back and... Oh, I should have seen if I could drop stuff off to be able to move faster. That would have been smart, wouldn't it? Okay, there we go. Now I can move normally. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. These are the gems I got from mining iron. I've stopped using, like, I don't use the mining food when I'm mining iron, because it's mostly, if you did that, you would just get a bunch of like fey iron and like shitty gems. Like, I'd rather save the mining like food for when I'm doing orichalcum or star metal. While I'm here, this is the one that I got a recipe for, Joe. It's Inquisition, but it has strength as well as dex. And the perk is when you kill something, reduce all cooldowns by 5%, which doesn't seem great. Not to mention it takes Asmodium, Ebony, Runic... It's like super end game. I mean, it's 590. That's something. But I don't know where you would get this. I haven't seen any of these on the auction house. And then these are all the cooldown. This is metal cooldown, wood cooldown, and leather cooldown. I think if you were going to spend 20 Asmodium bars, you could probably find something better than this. Because you can... I don't think I have it yet, right? Oh, I do have orichalcum. And presumably this could roll pretty high if you were to do the same thing. 550. Plus you then get to specify what perk you want. And obviously this is without wearing my plus engineering. So that would still, that's guaranteed to be 550. What if you bumped it down to something more reasonable? 500. Yeah, that's not great. But Shroud has done a lot of crafting. I wonder if he's cut a video together of his efforts with trying to get like nice endgame bow rolls. That would be a cool video. I don't know that he has though. But Shroud, like, has been running. He runs musket bow in wars. And I know he's gonna like start experimenting with spear and hatchet and stuff. But he's pure dex, so. He's an interesting way of playing too, because he runs bow and musket, He uses the bow for the abilities, the rain of arrows and the poison bomb and that stuff, and then uses musket for headshots, for left clicks, while his skills are on cooldowns, and just switches back and forth. But he also has godlike aim to hit those headshots. Probably better hurry up to get under this same buff. We've got 9 minutes. Should have enough time. That'll help. That's going to make 13 with 10%. Hang on. Let me go grab Ironhide, because Ironhide will be cheap as shit. Oh, it's because of... Oh, okay. Okay, I think we got enough. Just? Did we get Exacxies? We got Exacxies. That's lucky. I think we rolled above average on the procs on that one. Otherwise, we would be short. Okay, so... Silk. Orichalcum. Oh, that's a god roll right there. Some standing for that too. All right. That was pretty good. That was mining, which we forced with the item, but it was extra pockets, which gives it extra carrying space, and then luck. Yeah, like both of mine have luck and extra pockets, which is pretty nice. In my opinion, that's the best one you want. If you do a lot of gathering of ores, which ores sell for the most, I think. So this one is from a quest, the Gator Bag. I don't remember which zone. I think Great Cleave, maybe Evanscale. I can't remember. I think it is actually Evanscale. I'm pretty sure it's Evanscale. Yeah. So you want to do that if you haven't done that quest in Evanscale, because that bag is really nice. Until I got tier 5s, which are bigger, this one is way bigger than the usual tier 4 bags. The Tanner's Burden is whatever, but considering you can just get it from a quest without having to pay the mats, that's pretty hot. Okay, so let's recall. I'll do actually before I go. Steel fire staff charms. Where else have I been keeping? Here we go. I don't know if I have a steel. Oh, what am I talking about? Steel fire staff charm. Apparently I have one. But if I know Wish, they're probably underpaying. All right, doesn't sound like we got any takers, so let's recall. And I can show off the other big piece of news. I did a big furniture craft. Check it out. My dog has a straw bed now. It comes with a water bowl and a ball and a bone, and he gets to sit on the bed. Look at this good boy. He's having a time there. So now, and I'm pretty sure I'm still the leading house here.
Sniping's a good job, mate.
Yeah, by like double. Grubber, thank you for the follow. So he gets to chill on the front doorstep, and he's got his own bed. And he's got water spilled everywhere. And he's got some food in there too. Look at that. All right. So I really fucked myself by gathering all this iron. But the worst case scenario, I can just store it on the auction house for a while. So I'd rather keep this flux for star metal and orichalcum. What are we looking at for shell dust? 175 is not bad. 1, 9, and 2 is not great though.
Wow! You're nasty!
Unco's nasty, dude.
Thank you for 10 gift subs. That is very generous of you. You didn't have to do that. Zachley, congratulations to Zachley, Pigeon Theory, Dan, Reese, Keldern, Sledlord, Nettie, Nightwind Magnet, Gojira Attack, and Bitsol. Thank you, Grover, for 10 gift subs. That is very generous of you. Yeah, I did a lot of gathering. Okay, so we can get... Oh, that's only one. That's 100. 117 is not bad. 287. Oh, and I can recall there. Let's go get those. Congratulations to everyone. Let's get some love in chat, please. That's a lot of gift subs. That's hugely generous. Yeah, it's Grubber's the person we just crafted bags for and got a really good roll. I'm glad we got a good one at the end because the first two are like fine, especially if you're upgrading from lower tier ones, but they weren't ideal. I've been fortunate enough that I've been able to craft them, and then if I don't like the roll, I just sell them. And then later on, I'll probably try upgrading again once I get like, presumably like once I'm rolling in Asmodeum, I'll try and like upgrade them closer to 600. But the idea of doing that and then missing the roll and getting something shitty. Oops, I went too far. I forgot I was going to the trading post. Oh, craft void vent. They mean the armor. Yeah, okay. Because I was like, that can't be right because it's not hard to get to 200 smelting.
Mother trucker, dude. That hurt like a butt cheek on a stick.
Grubber, welcome to the Funky Bunch. Thank you for that sub. Enjoy your emotes like my cat, who's asleep right now. She'll probably show up a bit later. Ooh, do I want to spend 450 gold? Yeah. I'm getting a bit broke, but it's wild. Like, this always happens when I'm pushing for a trade skill to get to a certain level. So the plan for today, firstly, is to deal with this pile of resources in my inventory. And I can't, like, I want to go and keep gathering and keep working on armoring, but that's usually pretty bad during prime time when everyone's on. I will go check out my Orichalcum route and see if people have figured out where it is yet. Because if not, we can do a bunch of that. Oh, I need to go... I need to go... Oh, all right, I have a bunch of... Never mind. I have a bunch of cream wood. Because I was running it last night and managed to get another void bent ore, and it's a pretty nice little run. It's not too... Last night wasn't being too messed with, so... Yeah. Okay, so charcoal is the bottleneck here. And if I can get to 5 void ore, then I don't have to like worry. Like, that's my void bent set taken care of. Then I need to focus on grinding leather to 200, leather working, or tanning, I guess, tanning. And weaving as well is the other one I need to get to 200. Because I'm at what? Yeah, 164 and 173. So that's going to be... But right now, like, all my gathering that I'm doing is just going into crafting. So I haven't been refining beyond the first couple of tiers for most things. Last week with your cats, a little sad to see them go. Oh, like foster kittens? Or are you just like booting your cats out of home? I assume it's a foster situation. Oh, right. That makes sense. Yeah, it's tough. Trying to get through these low tier gathering boosters that I still had in my stash. They only give you 5% bonus, but 5% is better than nothing. I do actually have logging gear, but the logging gear only makes you find rares, and I have so much fucking sap and whatever comes out of these base trees that I just don't want to bother about worrying rare find anymore. Yeah, no, for sure. Annex, absolutely. So let's think. I have 182. It takes one, so I need 360 charcoal, which means I need 720 green wood. Or slightly less than that, but I'll just get 720 to be sure. And then we'll still have more iron than we have flux. Which I could start using regular flux, but then I don't get bonuses. I don't know. There's really no easy way to get shell dust flux right now. Although, what maybe what I should do is think about switching over at that point. I'll just make whatever I can make with that. And then look at switching to making leather, probably. Because leather is actually pretty easy to get. And I have a lot of tannin. So that's probably the smarter thing to do. Oh, nice. Yeah, is that from Discord? I got that, but I couldn't add the code to my existing account, which was annoying. Didn't want to let me redeem it, so it must be for new Game Pass accounts only. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have Discord and Nitro, and they sent me a thing saying like, "Hey, you can have 2 months of Game Pass Ultimate for free." Like, oh, cool. I already had that, but if I can add 2 months on, that's rad. But then it errored when I tried to do it, so I don't know what the deal is with that. Okay, so that should be enough wood. Oh. And then once I hit armoring 200, the next grind is going to be base moats. Which I was reminded of by seeing this earth spine here, which will give me earth moats. I need to try and get Bloodlust to bug out again, so I can run around faster. There it is. So now we've got permanent Bloodlust. Didn't actually realize how good of a deal Game Pass is. Yeah. No, it is, yeah. As long as you have a couple of games there you want to play per year that you would have bought without Game Pass, then it's worth it. All right, that's plenty. To get my Ori out of the store. I collected 2,000 Orichalcum last night, trying to get Void ore. Well, oh, fuck. I'm just gonna buy wood because I'm lazy. Hopefully I can still walk. Yep. Ooh. We upgraded our forge to tier 5. That means I don't have to leave to craft the orichalcum boots. That's actually awesome. Hopefully I didn't leave any of my shit in a different town. Okay. So I've been making these ones. We get 1300 XP per boot. Just make sure you're making the plate boots, not the heavy, because that's one extra ore for the same amount of XP. Started fighting for me. Alright, we're up to 170. Probably hit one, I'd say mid 171 when these are done crafting. A little less, probably. Do 4 more. Five more. Okay. Now, oh right, I'm still encumbered because I don't want these to sell, so I'll just price them at 25. And I'll end up pulling them back off before the end of today, so just put it at 1 day. Okay. So I want to look at yeah. I want to start doing some of this, I think. Because it's the same XP, it's just the different materials. Like, instead of 4 metal, it's 1 metal, 4 cloth, 4 leather. And iron ore is super cheap to get a hold of. The main thing I need is the tannin. Iron and thick. Actually, kind of every iron. And it's not like you just need to find monsters which respawn, whereas icons are all bugged out. Whereas iron, I should have thought of this a while ago. Not to mention, I have tanning to give myself 10% extra yield with leatherworking. So I think, yeah, switching over to leather is the smart call here. So for that, I already have a shitload of coarse leather, which I can refine into rugged. I just need to have the thick and iron, which both should be super cheap. Thick hide. Not actually that cheap. But there are heaps of easy ways to farm that. Ironhide will be the one that's like pennies. Yep. So Ironhide we don't need to worry about. We can just buy that for 1 cent each. I just need to go farm a bunch of thick hide. So let's thick hide farm. I know... So people are going to say Boar's Home, but Boar's Home's been patched. So thick would probably be like Great Cleave. So this wolf camp. Yeah, we're going to do that. But if we're going to do that... leatherworking 173. You mean refining leather or making shit out of leather? Making shit out of leather is armoring. If you mean refining, 173. Okay, so armoring can go back for now. I will actually bring my skinning gear for this because there's a small chance we'd get some legendary shit out of it. Very small. And hat. I need to see if there's a earring. I'll just put that back on. I'll see if I can get a... Wait, oh wait, no, I did get a skinning on. There you go. I'll keep that on me in case I come up against any orichalcum. Should probably get rid of the harvesting. It's carrying a lot, that's all. Might have to put these up on the auction house. That I should get rid of. Store that, store that, store that, store that if we can. Yes. 90 kilos of potions? What the fuck? They're all kind of... Although I'm not really using... Might drop some of them off. Okay, so that's what I'm heading to try and do now. So not yet, but oh, I got to sign up for the war. I forgot about that. War is tomorrow, though. Time to ground control. Excuse me? I need to get this weight down. What am I? Oh, right. I'm carrying a shitload of metal and hide. Okay. Because I'll come back here to craft it. I want to make sure no one buys it, that's all. Okay. That's got my weight down pretty good. Do better, but... Is there anything in here that's like super heavy that doesn't need to be in here? Oh, Joe's staff. We can get rid of that. Some gems and shit should be up in Everfall, but they don't actually weigh that much. Wire fiber. I don't know if wire fiber, if it's in keeping with the other top tier resources, it should be, it's interesting. It's not. I was going to say it should be selling for very, very cheap, but. Okay. So let's get our weight down pretty low. We've got all the skinning stuff. Good to go. Sounds good to me. Boys in space. What you doing out there, man? Data back to Earth. We can do one before we go down to the skinning. We can do a run of the orichalcum route. Did I do this on stream yesterday? I don't remember. I don't think so. I think I did it after stream, didn't I? I can't remember. But there's a quick little orichalcum loop that I like doing that has about, I think, like 12 nodes. There's one spot in particular that's very good, and then there's a couple like either side of it that you can check as you're going to do it. I don't mind showing it because it's unlikely anyone here will compete with me. Even if you're on the same server, I mine, you know, in the way AM for this server, so pretty much everyone's asleep. So I'm cool with showing it off. And there's an elite chest here that I should be on cooldown for. Is that working again now? It was broken yesterday. And it wasn't letting me interact with them, but I think they must be fixed again now. So either the start or the end of the run, depending which direction you're coming from, is this bit down here, which has been hit, unfortunately. So that big cluster in the middle there's orichalcum that spawns around this, and it's big enough that if you mine it from this side, the big boss doesn't see you and won't attack you. It has been hit though, which I kind of expect that this run should be cleared out during prime time like this. Like this person's probably waiting for that to respawn. So as I said, you're either starting or ending the run there. So then you come back down through here. You'll aggro these two. The easiest way to get them off your back is to come up here. And just chill out on the roof. And then they'll reset. You can also go up in there. There's an elite chest near Diablo. If you want to deal with that. Avoid all those. So there's a node that spawns here, which is visible. And there's also one that spawns here in the wall that most people don't know about. I'm not going to use food because I'm only going to be doing one of these. I'm not going to stay around here. People always miss this one because it's actually in the wall. You can see it on the compass at the top there if you have tracking. Most people miss it. That's a 55 chest, which is worth grabbing. That's on a half-hour cooldown, I think. And then there's an elite chest here, which is a 24-hour cooldown. You can loot this once a day. And that will get you potential gear score upgrades as well. Alright. Then you have to aggro this guy, but you can run far enough that he won't ever hit you, or shouldn't. Not more than once, anyway. And by the time you get down here... Whoop, fuck. He should reset. Yep. And you come around here. Usually I'm doing this from the opposite way because you can start at this fast travel point and then you want to hit here, here, and then here. Those are the three ore points. So here we come around. You can kind of climb up here. It's really hard to do though. So I usually just run all the way around here and climb up here. This spot is fucking money. So there's a 50 elite. You basically have to be level 60 to do this. But if you're level 60, they just won't. They only engage you if you go to certain spots. Otherwise, you can stand right in front. So you can't mine that one on the right there because they will engage you. And there's usually an extra node under where I'm standing, which isn't there right now. It hasn't respawned yet, I guess. So you want to mine that one. There we got some cinnabar. Sick. So if you look at like Map Genie or some of the maps for this place, it has one icon for orichalcum here, but it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nodes, I believe. All jammed into one spot, which is great because I don't think they're like super big. They're not like some of the massive nodes you can see around the world. But that's fine because we're looking for void ore, cinnabar, and tolvium. So we just want more veins to mine, not necessarily bigger veins. So lots of little ones is actually perfect because they, as far as I know, all have the same kind of chance of spawning one of the legendary components. There's also an elite chest there. So to get this last one, you do have to kill... You have to kill at least the musket guy. I usually don't bother killing the sorcerer because his health pool is way too big and takes too long. So usually what I do is just kill that one and then just grind this out while getting hit. If he does his teleport like that, that's usually good because it means he's going to be worse at hitting you. The mines, yeah, that's not good. This would be bad if I die doing this. Usually it's not, I don't usually get hit this much. There you go. So you can loot that chest if it's off cooldown for you, and then you just leave. There is also 2 fire moat mining nodes. There's one there and then one down here, which you can grab as well. Which is useful because we need fire moats for making the bars. There's some lodestone like here, and there's a bit up on top somewhere. I don't think lodestone is worth it. You can get like, there's some rare item you can get from lodestone. I think it's like crafting mods to like force a specific perk on something. I don't know. I don't mind a lot of lodestone. I should, because I need to get my, at some point I'll need to work on stone cutting, but right now I'm getting stone cutting XP from cutting pristine gems, so whatever. Anyway, then we want to come down here to Capitulum Prime. There is 3 nodes down there potentially. And then that's it. That's the run. Then you need to wait like, I don't know how long, 15 minutes, half an hour for it to respawn. I don't know how well it's known yet. Like I said, for me, it doesn't super matter because I get to mine offline. Or not offline, but off peak. And the good thing, the reason this is a good run, I think, is because it's not contested. Like, you can get more Orichalcum nodes in Shattered Mountain in Mirkgard or in Scorch Mines, but Scorch Mines is camped to fuck constantly with bots, and you can get some around the Imperial Palace Island down here, but again, camped to fuck. So this one so far doesn't seem to have made it into the greater consciousness of the community. Diabetic Madness, thank you for 12 months. That's a whole year. Thank you for that resub. I hope you're having a good day. Let's get some hearts in chat. Show some love for diabetics supporting the channel. I appreciate it. So yeah, this is again the start or the end. Usually I would teleport to this node and then run up here, 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 and then be done, and then have to wait for cooldown. Another thing you can do around here, which is not bad, is there's a bunch of star metal up in the mountains here, which can be worth going to get if you need star metal. And you can usually mix it in. Like, you just need stuff to do. If you're only here for the Orichalcum, you need stuff to eat up the downtime. So usually starting from the bottom, you can then spend a bunch of time in Lower Svivkin, or sorry, in Upper Svivkin, killing enemies and looting chests and stuff up in there, waiting for the respawn. Or just leave and come back if you want. Depends how contested it is. Whether you need to be hitting those nodes as soon as they come back online, or if you can go away and come back. Now, I'm pretty sure you can jump up here, but it's really tricky. Don't know exactly. Yeah, I'll just run around. And then we're right near the wolf cave, which is where we actually want to come to get some leather. Yeah, I don't really have a good star metal one. Like, I know where there's a few nodes here and there. Fucking gathering lock-on really shits me. I remember. There's usually one in the corner over here, I think. Is it supposed to be above me? Maybe it's above me. Oh, big orichalcum's back. Yeah, it's the other node that's here. There's the little one that I got before, and then this big one. So yeah, that's 1 over by the wall, 2, 3, 5 at the wizard, so that's 8, 9, 10 near the gate lord, and then by the Diablo at the end is another 2. So it's 12 nodes total. And there's a few like rando chests and stuff along the way you can grab. So it's not a bad little spot to grind some orichalcum out. And like orichalcum, if you want like orichalcum, you just buy it. It's so cheap because so many people are farming it trying to get void ore. But when you want tolvium, cinnabar, or void ore, you need to go mine it. So this is the run for that. Or one of. Ooh, we got a rabbit's foot. They're actually not that expensive. They go to making the luck trophies. And then I looked them up the other day, and you can just buy them for like 70 gold. They're not that hard to find. And I've been checking the auction house periodically for the higher upgrade, the higher tier trophy items, things like the journals for the crafting, the loaded dice, the stacked deck, yeah, the precision engineering tools, precision armoring tools. Like there's all these different like kind of hard to find items that will upgrade your trophies, because those will become important, especially the ones for like engineering and armoring and things like that, because that's the only way you're going to get 600 gear score items. It's going to be a mix of the full set of crafting gear for the plus gear score, and then trophies, and then food, and then the town bonuses, the lifestyle bonuses as well. You're going to need all of those to get 600 consistently, so it's a lot to work on. But you'd much rather have as close to guaranteed 600 as possible, because if you have like 590 to 600 and you spend some really expensive materials and roll a 590 or a 5 or a whatever gear score, even 600 if it has craps perks, that's going to be pretty rough. So I haven't come back to this cave since I hit 60, so I hope I don't die trying to farm all these at once, because they can hit hard. I am also wearing... Oh shit, I'm wearing mining gear. Forgot. Okay, yeah, we're fine. I'm pretty sure they give you thick armor. If they give you iron, that's going to suck. Die, you fucker. I need to skin them before they start respawning. Oh, it's both. But a small amount of thick. I think they used to give thick armor, but once you get to a certain skinning level or a certain level, they start giving you iron instead. Oh, that kind of sucks. I don't want 2/3 iron, 1/3 thick. Like I said, because I can just buy thick hide. Oh, sorry, I can buy iron hide for a cent per skin. Shit. Okay. Where the so I need to go lower. So this is 41 to 50. I guess I actually want like 40s? Like here maybe? This wolf cave? Maybe Morningdale? We'll try Morningdale and then we'll go down to Restless. I'm here. I forgot I had that there. Yeah, because I've got a lot of aged tannin. Wait, what? When did I get that? Did I get that while mining and just not notice it? That's the second time I've had a void ore just appear in my inventory. Oh, you know what I bet it is? No, but it should show at the top. What if it's when you mine a vein and it shows you like you got orichalcum and gems and tolvium and whatever. If you got too many, it pushed it off the bottom. The same way like when you rank up a recipe, rank up a crafting skill and it's like you got to 150 armoring, you have all these recipes. It only shows you the first 4. It doesn't list it doesn't like then fade those out and fade in the other recipes you got. But then it's a legendary gear, so it should be at the top of that list anyway. But yeah, like that's the second time I've like done a bunch of orichalcum stuff, then looked in my inventory later and gone, holy shit, when did I get a void ore? Oh, look, my list is messed up. Oh, maybe, does that say I have 2 void ore? Oh, okay. Maybe I was still carrying the one from last night. Okay. Maybe I only have... Do I only have 3? I should only have 3. Unless the one I just found is new. Void stone, but no void orb. Void essence. Okay. That must be the one from yesterday. Okay, I can stop freaking out. I thought I was up to 4. Righto. Whoops. Let's check the town board. Whoever owns this town isn't paying for projects here, so that's why we only have the upkeep and not these. Oh, wait. Yeah, we want to make sure we're doing that because I'm carrying a bunch of these, like armor sets that I've completed for various town projects around the place. Things like Weaver's Fan, Brightwood, Reekwater. So I need to remember to turn those in as I find them. Okay, so we'll check the animals around Morningdale here. I have a feeling they're also going to either be Ironhide or the Iron Thick combo. There's some boars down at that bridge. We'll go to those. But they're 45. Thick hide. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we just need to find a spot where a bunch of them spawn. Hi, Allie. Is that you want food? So you're rubbing yourself over the back of my legs? Did you... Hello. How's it going? Between naps? And you want some stinky tuna? Is that what's going on? Count these skills, unfortunately, with a cat in one hand, but they die pretty quick anyway. So that's good. What do you want? Do you want food, or do you just want attention and want to hang out on the bed up here? Unclear. You seem happy right now. Chill out while I farm some of these boars. So you get bored. Haha. What those infused fangs are for exactly. Grab that mineral node over there too, because that'll get us some water nodes. It'll get us water motes and a freezing lodestone, I believe. Yeah. I wonder if there's a cave with a bunch of boars in it around here, or if I just got to run the field like this. Good go. Can't remember how much linen I have, so grab a little bit of this on the way. What's that? Free boar, free boar. To have my proficiency booster to craft, to gather more items. You're making me farm slightly less efficiently, Ali, because I can't use abilities. Oh, okay. She heard. Okay. Go this way. Go into your bed. Thank you. Ali hates inefficient farming, it turns out. Don't like when it gets night like this. It makes it really hard to see enemies in the distance, or see animals in the distance. Boons come out though. Can't really pass up herbs because they weigh very little. The rares are worth a lot. Probably don't like that I have the fan on, right, Ali? How the fuck did he just charge me? Is that that must be the sun coming up, right? There's no way that's making the moon is making it this bright. Can I get down? You can get down if you want. Hi. Oh. Are you allowed to sit on the mouse pad? Young miss? Is that allowed? I'll have to go find a quiet spot and go feed this cat. There's some star metal up there too we should go grab. It is. Well, I mean, yes. This is the server that Ben, Serge, and James and I decided to play on. And then since then, Ben stopped playing, James stopped playing, Serge played for a little bit, but then I don't believe has logged in. Yeah, he's been offline for 12 days. Joe started playing and got to max level in amidst all that. So Joe is now playing. But yeah, this is one of the Lurgles. There is also one other server that we had initially, Ben and I had initially started on. But there ended up being queues on that server, so we ended up shifting to this one. So yeah, this is where the most loading ready run people play, I believe. So that's why my ping is 250, because I'm playing on a US West server. And I actually really like this server. I like the back and forth between the factions, which this game is, all about that. So that's important. Because there are some other servers where there's just like two factions fighting and the third one's not really in the running, but is still like around. And that it's better when all three are viable, in my opinion, because it's better for having like push and pull and all that kind of jazz. But yeah, I'm enjoying my time here. Eventually, I know the developers are working on cross-region transfers, and when that happens, I will have to make a decision about, do I like this server enough to put up with the 200 ping, or do I want to look at maybe going to, like, that's a really tough choice, right? It's literally a grass is greener thing, right? Because I know the ping will be better if I transfer to an Australian server, but will the factions balance be as good? Will the community be as good? You know, I'm not going to be known there, whereas people know me on the server in my faction. So I can get in, I get picked for most of the wars that happen, whereas if I go to a new server, I probably won't be until I join a company and prove myself. So, yeah, I don't know. The lag was not a big issue initially. It's become an issue in wars, but that's also become an issue for everyone, not just me playing on an American server. Like, wars are laggy for everyone. So maybe if they fix that to where wars aren't as laggy for everyone, and I'm just left with my regular old Australian latency lag problem, maybe that'll be livable, and I won't need to transfer servers. So I don't know. Imminently, no changes are happening. I'm here for the next while, at least until it takes them to get cross-region transfers going, but there's been a lot of issues with transfers in general, so I don't know when that's going to be or if it's going to happen at all. And the last couple of wars we played have been better and have been a lot more fun. So, yeah. We are definitely on the low pop side. That was a discussion we were having before I started the stream in the faction chat. Like, someone said, like, oh, we're one of the top US servers. Like, sorry, top US West servers. Like, no, we aren't. Like, they were basing that off when they looked like weeks ago, I think. But right now, I guess it's probably Saturday night would be prime time, you would think. Obviously, it's Sunday night in the US. So maybe this isn't as big of a peak time. But when I checked earlier, it was at 700 players live for us, and the top US West servers had 2,000. We were 24th highest in the US West region for player count. For players online right now, I don't know like total player count or anything. We can't see that data. But when I checked, we had 700 people online. Let's check again, because I'd be curious to see what it's changed to. Because it's now more like, when I checked, it was probably like 5 or 6 p.m., something like that. So you want US West, Worlds. Yeah, so Eldorado and Camelot are the two biggest US servers. So Eldorado, Camelot have 2K. Yggdrasil has 1,700. Caledon has 1,400. Caledon is a Shroud server, I believe, that a lot of streamers are playing on. Ni no Kuni is the one that Ben and I had initially created characters on, and then ended up jumping off because there were server queues, and we didn't want server queues. I'm farming thick hide at the moment. That's why we're killing all these monsters. So we yeah, we got about 760 players online right now on our server, which is about what it was before. So it's not like I wouldn't call it a deserted server, but I wouldn't call it high pop either. I'd say it's medium. It's medium so that there are enough people. The economy isn't completely busted like it is on some smaller pop servers. I think what'll end up happening, the discussion we were having at the time, yeah, I think there are a lot of people in that spot because they can't transfer. The developers made it seem like you could just play elsewhere for a short time and then transfer to play with your friends, and then that didn't end up being the case if they're on a high pop server, which is unfortunate. The discussion we were having around populations kind of was talking about like some interesting things that I hadn't considered. Like, you know, it's a very common thing for MMOs as servers maybe aren't as popular as they thought, or have dropped off in popularity, because during the initial launch, there were obviously so many people trying to play, and there were servers that had queues. They just kept putting new server instances up to try and get people in as quickly as they could without having to queue. But the problem with that is some of those servers now didn't have many people join them, And now, because it's an entirely player-driven economy, that can create problems. And some servers, the economy is like completely busted because of the low amount of players on there. And if you have a low amount of players, it means that on most servers, the only settlements that make money are Windswood, Everfall, to a lesser extent Monarch's Bluff and First Light, Brightwood, and then some of the secondaries like Weaver's Fen and Cutlass. But then any of these outer ones like Restless, Reekwater, Morningdale, Ebonscale, like do not make money and are basically a bad investment to run them. And that's a problem. And it's kind of always going to be that way. I don't really see people moving to some of those other areas. You're supposed to be able to, you know, entice people with either low taxes or, you know, you have a certain crafting station that people want. But because these middle ones make so much money, they can just keep upgrading all their stations and keep paying for them. Because the more tier 5 stations you have upgraded, the higher the upkeep is on the city for the people who run it, to where it can be like 300,000 gold a week if it has enough tier 5 stations. But for a place like Windswood or Everfall, which are the two popular starting towns, and where most people like make their house and make their base and kind of play out of, which is what I did. My house is in Windswood, and that's my, you know, home base. Because so many people are refining and trading and crafting in those cities, they get a cut of every, you know, people pay tax on that. So some of those cities, like there have been screenshots of people who run like Windswood or Everfall on different servers than mine, but on some servers that pulling in like $1 million gold per week. Like they're so profitable compared to some of the other ones, which are just like dead basically. Like people go there to quest, but they don't do their crafting there. They don't do their trading there. They don't buy houses there. So they just don't earn, like they earn 10,000 gold a week, but they cost, you know, 50k, 100k for the upkeep. Anyway, so that's a real problem on some of these smaller servers where like the economy's busted because there's not enough people buying things and getting enough gold for there to be enough gold circulating. So everything on the auction house just sells for 1 cent and you can't make money selling gathered items and stuff. Like there's heaps of situations like that. So those servers are candidates that the developers might want to merge them into a bigger one, right? Something that other MMOs have done. As, you know, the population dwindles, they want to make sure the servers have enough people, have enough, there's a word for it. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the thing. But in this game, because you own settlements and you own territory and certain factions own those territories, how are they going to do the server merge? It's something that I never actually thought of until today when someone pointed it out. If you're going to merge like a server into us, for example, obviously we have our factions owning different settlements. We have companies owning those settlements. How are they going to do it? Like what happens to the companies that own settlements on the old server? Are they just shit out of luck? Like they just, you know, don't have those settlements anymore and now they're in this new server? That's kind of the only way you can do it, right? Like do you have the current owners defend it and the company coming in that owns it on another server attacks? Like that seems messy. Like probably what they do is the server that's getting merged into the bigger one, the smaller server just loses those territories they own, right? Maybe they get paid for their troubles. They get compensated with like 100,000 gold or something, you know, like an amount commensurate to what that settlement is worth and what they've spent on it in terms of upgrades and stuff. Because it would suck, right? If you had been working hard on your server to make your Windswood good and upgrading the stations as best you could and all that, and then you're like, okay, now your server is going to merge into Midian. You don't get Windswood anymore. So, sorry. You know, like, it's an interesting idea. Like, I hadn't really thought about the reality of how mergers in New World would work. Because, yeah, it might be that. I mean, but then also, if it is the case, they just say, well, if you're getting merged, then you lose your settlements. Maybe you're still happy, because if you're getting merged, that means your server was probably pretty quiet and the economy might have been busted. Maybe you're okay with coming to a server like ours that has 700 people at Prime and probably several thousand total, to maybe come into the mix and try and take some territory off someone. But like, you know, they'd have to monitor like, what does that do to the faction balance, you know? Because right now, the way the faction balance kind of goes is Syndicate have the most people, but their players, they don't seem to be as good at the top end of player as maybe green or yellow. And what if like they merge like one server that just was like entirely dominated by Covenant, and that tips the favor, so now yellow on our server has a bunch of players that are really good at PvP, you know, like it's very volatile. It's very volatile. And you know, they haven't even started talking about server merges yet, but I feel like that's going to come at some point, even if the game does stay relatively healthy. Like, the game's always going to have a downturn. You know, it was the top of Twitch for the first couple of weeks there, and like everyone was playing it, but people are starting to drop off. And like when I looked at my follow list this morning, not as many people were playing New World. Shroud was getting paid to play Guardians for the day. Right now, Grims is streaming on my follow list. He has 1.9k viewers. The next person playing New World is Bajira, has 500 viewers. Slush has 200. Drassel has 70. But yeah, that's like 5 people out of my follow list compared to what it used to be. So, you know, people are already doing the thing where they go like, oh, it's a dead game. It's like, it's not a dead game. Like, it's a popular game. It's popular enough that it's going to be popular for a while, even if people do drop off. But we might start to see server merges as a sign of the developers consolidating some of those servers that are having a tough time with the economy and stuff. Maybe they like try and merge people into servers where, like, I was thinking like, because of our play base, because we're a relatively, because our server is like, I'd say solid medium, low to medium, in terms of the amount of players we have, and we have a very even faction balance. But I wonder if the devs like maybe look to merge to fix some faction imbalances. Like maybe they look at a server that has Covenant dominating, for example, and then look to bring some Marauders and Syndicate over to that server to kind of even the balance. Could be interesting. I mean, I think for this game especially, the hype has died down because the initial launch hype is gone. And now you're in this lull where we're left with the glaring issues kind of poking their heads up of like server war lag, you know, performance in wars, some of the trading house bugs and the gold duping and PvP resilience bugs. There's a hatchet damage bug right now. There's issues with the mage staffs with fire and ice where they're not doing damage correctly like they should, which is pretty frustrating for mages, I'm sure. There might be some balance issues with heavy hammer and great axe. It's hard to tell because the armor is mitigating too much damage right now. We don't know about class balance things. They haven't really done a balance patch. Everything's kind of just rolling as is. So we're definitely in a teething phase for this game where I think the next month or two, and what the developers, you know, they've just been scrambling to fix bugs as they happen right now and to deal with the war performance. And the first war performance patch they did was good. It improved it. The last couple of wars have been slightly less laggy. You still, if you get 50 versus 50 on the same point in the map and all the AoE going, it does still grind to a halt. So there is still some issues there. But when people start spreading out and having little, you know, 5 or 10 man skirmishes in the wars around the edges, those have been performing pretty good. You know, Outpost Rush has issues that need to be fixed. Some bugs, some just has issues that need to be fixed. So yeah, they've got stuff to work on. So it'll depend over the next month or two how agile they are, how quickly they can get on those issues and make significant positive change without introducing too many other bugs along the way. So we'll see. I'm still having fun with it. It might be that I get to where I play less and less each day. You know, I'm not needing to grind mass resources or farm items. I'm just kind of like, you know, maybe logging in for some PvP and other stuff. There definitely will be games that will compete with New World for my time coming up. Battlefield is coming up in a couple of weeks. I hope that the full version of Battlefield is something that I'm going to want to play. Tarkov will be doing a wipe coming up in a month or two, probably. So that'll definitely be something I get wholly back into, because you know I love me some Tarkov. And the thing with Tarkov is I get really into it for a couple of months and then I want to take a break. So right now we're in the break phase of Tarkov. Thankfully New World came along to distract me. But soon enough we'll be back into the Tarky grind, and then probably what will happen is I'll do like New World Wars. I've completed one. So I've completed my axe. So I have the 580 great axe. The hammer quest right now is bugged, I believe, because it wants me to come here. The living crystal, I'm pretty sure this is bugged and the boss doesn't spawn and you can't actually get this item. It was definitely bugged for a while. Maybe they fixed it. I've seen conflicting things. Some servers it's fixed, some not. Sometimes some people are saying like now the boss can spawn but will despawn before you can kill it. Oh yeah, I will, but that's not till next year. The cycle doesn't come out till 2022 and I don't even know when. I need to go pee, so I'm gonna pop the chair up and I desperately need to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna be back in one sec. Yeah, I think so too. But yeah, I don't know. I just know that it's next year. I don't know that they've even set a date for the cycle. But it's free to play, so I will definitely jump in and check that out when they do it, or in subsequent betas, or whatever they've got going on. Diabetic has redeemed What's That Toy to ask the most expensive unpainted, unassembled Warhammer mini that I assume that's that I own, not like ever. Calling me out, okay. Most expensive. I don't really have a lot of like expensive single miniatures. I do have a bargain that I picked up, which is good, which I'll grab that. Those are pretty interesting. Got a couple of figures. I'm trying to think, like, I don't... Yeah, like I've bought a few like box sets. Like I have like the Indominus box set, which is up there. I bought the Age of Sigmar box set, Dominion. I can't remember what it's called. I have a bunch of Ultramarines, so I have like combat patrols of Space Marines and stuff, but no like single miniature. There are some expensive single miniatures that I've got, like Marnius Calgar, some hero units and stuff. But there are some that I haven't bought. Like Rabute Gilliman is probably the biggest Ultramarine. He's their chapter master. And I haven't but I haven't bought him yet because I already have enough of a backlog that I'll just get him at some point. Yeah, I haven't really spent a lot on any single unit, really. Like, I have a lot of units. I have like 3,000 points of unpainted Ultramarines, but no real single unit. So, some stuff to show off. I picked up from eBay this Age of Sigmar Giant or Gargant. I went through a phase of trying to hunt on eBay, and I've kind of stopped looking because I need to stop buying stuff from eBay. But you can get some real bargains every now and again where people are just offloading like either big collections, like big loose collections of miniatures. But I'd noticed, I don't really play Sigmar, but this is a Gargant model. Whoop. Get it to focus. Doesn't help if my face is in it. But yeah, he has like this big arm, and I need to disassemble him to kind of try and get him. There we go. Well, it's a giant model. So that's just a big old hunk of plastic. I think I got this for less than $50. And then if you compare that to like, here's an orc I'm working on, like for scale, like normal miniatures, like, and orcs aren't really small. Like this is a pretty chunky kind of miniature compared to some ones you can get, but you can see how tall this dude is. But whoever assembled it obviously left some big gaps in the side. So at some point I'll try and repair that, take it apart and put it back together. But that was just a bargain. That was a big old expensive model. If I ever want a giant for something, for fantasy or whatever, I have that. So that was something I picked up off eBay. Here's a non-Games Workshop miniature, but it's kind of all in pieces, so this isn't actually that impressive to show off. Yeah, I don't think I'm really getting this anywhere, but this is a company that's not Games Workshop. This is an orc model, which just looks like a pile of pieces, which isn't that interesting. But it's Orc Walker Tents. Yeah. So it's this model, which I thought was cool. Like at some point, I'll probably want to do a 40k orc army. I don't know when that's going to happen. So this is, it's basically like Mad Max, like a Mad Max space orc, kind of. To get to where I can move this, there we go. So this is what it looks like painted and finished. That's what the model looks like. So he has like the face cage, like Max does in Fury Road, and then you can make him with a little like double barrel shotgun. And he has like the tire tread shoulder pad. Obviously the base is custom. I think that's the same kit. Yeah. So there's some alternate pieces, like you can use this head instead. And he has this like lever action gun with a knife. And it also came with a flaming skull with like Goku, either fire on top or Goku hair, depending what you want to do. But yeah, it's not Games Workshop, but there are some really good miniature companies that are, there you go, there's an actual print of it. And I thought it'd be cool to do like a Mad Max orc print at some point, so I picked that up. and I haven't done anything with it yet. So that is an expensive unpainted model. It wasn't that expensive actually, but you know, in terms of like a cool looking single piece, there's that one, which I've gotten better about it lately. For a while, I would just pick things up of like, oh, that's a good piece. I'll work on that at some point, and then it goes in a drawer, and then it sits there. Like I have a whole stack of X-wing or Star Wars like scale models, like X-wings and TIE fighters and stuff up there that I'll work on at some point. This is a cool one. I will promise I'll get back to the game shortly too. So these are Epic 40K miniatures. Back in the day in the 90s, there's obviously 40K, but there was also something called Epic 40K, which is tiny scale versions of 40K. So here, these are Scouts, I believe. If I can get this to focus. Like a little sprue of like, there you go, you can kind of see there. These are Space Marine Scouts, and the idea was you could have a massive, here's a command party, a command squad. So you can see in the middle, there's the captain with the banner. There's a tech marine on the right. I think that's a librarian to the left of the tech marine. Then like maybe an apothecary where my finger is. Yeah, tiny marines. What else have I got? There's a land speeder. I bought these off eBay. There's a tiny little epic scale land speeder. And then some assault marines with a jump packs. And chainswords. Anyway, you would have these like, it was a way of having like a massive army scale of 40K with tiny little models, right? And it also let them do big things. So they did like Orc Gargants and Mega Gargants and like Thunderhawk gunships and Titans, right? Yeah, for things like 40K is already very small. These are even smaller. Anyway, the reason I got these was because they also came with a bunch of these little like bikes, Space Marine bike looking things. And I had a dumb idea that started... Oh, my iron hide sold. That's fun. I had a dumb idea that started because I was working on an Outrider bike from the Indomitus set, the new Space Marine like drag bike looking things, which is over here. This is where I left it when I last stopped working on it. So this is something I was working on painting, which is like half base coated, and it's kind of a weird model to work on. I put it on these support struts so I could get under and paint underneath and stuff. But you can see on the top here, the way this bike works is it's two halves divided down the middle, and then you push the halves together to assemble it. But what ends up happening is it's really hard to get a good join on the top because they're these smooth, like, these smooth armor panels. And you can kind of see I've done as best I can to kind of get it so you can't see the join, but you can see like the putty and stuff that I use to do it, and it's not ideal. I'm not 100% happy with it. But because the finish is uneven up there, I had this idea, which I thought was funny, and I don't know how well it's gonna look. So this bike is gonna have a dude that sits on it, right? This is my sergeant's bike. And because there was like a little bit of uneven joining on the corner there, instead of like taking it all apart again and fixing it, I thought it would be funny if he had a little dashboard ornament on his bike of a smaller Space Marine bike. And then I went on eBay looking for 40K, Epic 40K assault bikes. And then so I made, it's the scale is ridiculous, but I made a little like fake spring on the bottom, and then I'm going to paint the little bike gold, like it's a dashboard, like a bobblehead on the bike. Yeah, exactly. So there's a tiny little, this is made out of like a coiled, oh shit, I just dropped it. Like I coiled up some wire to make it look like a spring. Because like, how do you? I thought about it getting an actual spring so that you could like, and I might still do that, but I'm worried that it'll break off if it's a little spring that you can actually like thing and have it go boring. But yeah, I want to like paint this to be gold. The scale is all wrong because it's like the size of his head. Why is that not fitting in properly now? Yeah, that looks about right. But, you know, yeah, like the scale is huge. Like, but I think if you were to do it at actual proper scale size, you would have to sculpt it manually because those don't exist. And I'm not that good at sculpting. And it would be very hard to read. So I like that it's a little bigger because it's silly. It's fun. I don't know. Get that off because otherwise I'll lose it. But yeah, like I don't really have any single like expensive, like I haven't bought a giant tank. Like the vehicles would probably be big, or like a big daemon, like a big greater demon of something. I just have lots of very moderately priced things, as moderate as Warhammer can be priced anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like I have like a unit of Blade Guard vets. They're about $100. I have Eradicators. I can't think that I spent too much on any one. Like I did buy a limited edition captain, I think, or lieutenant maybe, who's like drawing a gladius like sword, like a Roman sword, while striding forward. That came from the magazine they put out in the UK. It was like a unique model. Yeah, like I don't have anything like Baneblade size. I don't have any Forge World. I've been pretty reserved. I've mostly just bought things that I want to field. Or if like eBay deals here and there. Like I bought a bunch of, I bought an old 40k command squad. I bought some jump pack marines, even though the army I'm making is all Primaris. They were just very cheap, so I bought some jump pack marines. I don't have any Terminators. Yeah. Oh, I know. I know what the actual answer is. Which is something I put in Discord. Did I save that image to my computer? I guess I can save it from Discord. Yeah. So the most ridiculous Warhammer purchase I've done is actually my Christmas present. And it's going to hang up behind me up here. But isn't there right now. Picked up the captain with the Mastercrafted bolter. Which one is that? I just ordered the one for Warhammer Day. Who's like the Blade Guard captain. He's like a less busy Blade Guard captain. I did order that one. Oh, that's the wrong. To add image. Oof, that's very large. So this is an art print that I ordered, an official art print from warhammerart.com. They do their own, they do prints of very iconic Warhammer art. So I ordered this and then had it framed. So you can kind of see there's a coffee table. There's a coffee table. It's my cursor. Here, that's a coffee table, so you can tell how large this is. This is like very... Yeah, you should be able to post links, Matt. This is like a classic piece of Warhammer art by John Blanche from the Sisters of. It was the third edition. I think that's right. Third edition Sisters of Battle Codex cover. But I really like it. It's very iconic. I wanted this. So there's two that I want. This is one of them. The other one that I want is the second edition box art cover that John Blanche did, but that is a landscape orientation, whereas I wanted one to hang here specifically, and then it needed to be portrait. So I got this one first, and then at some later date I will order the second edition box art and get that framed as well. But I love this a lot. It's fucking cool. And the lady in the middle looks like, kind of reminds me of Sia, but also a badass. So I'm very excited about that one. And apparently I have these in here. Oh yeah, these are the Ultramarines I painted. This is the color scheme of the army that I'm working on. It's like a really like vibrant, like almost Borderlands style, like kind of cell shaded with the way the battle damage is. With like that 90s style of chest eagle and shoulder trim using yellow instead of gold. I'm very happy with them. That's one of the squads anyway. That doesn't have the sergeants that I did, but yeah. Anyway, let's look at this captain. Oh yeah, I know the one. So that's from the. So I have that one as well. I have him not anywhere close at hand, but so he was from the Kill Team Pariah box, which came with the heavy intercessors. He's like a captain in Gravis armor, right? Yeah, mastercasted heavy bolt rifle and Gravis armor. So yeah, I have that exact figure as well. It's sad how hard it is to replicate cell shading IRL well. Yeah, it's very perspective based as well. So it looks right from one angle but not another. There's an artist. There's an artist that does really good, vibrant 40k orcs. And I follow them, but I'm not gonna be able to find cell neon. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. Oh, is this the person? It definitely looks like their style. I think it's this person. This isn't the best example of it. But they also haven't stamped it with who they are. It's kind of like this. It's kind of like this. They do like cross hatching. It's not exactly cell shaded, but it's going for that effect where it's very high contrast. And I really like it. But yeah, you can find a bunch of, like, a lot of people have tried that to do that style of like cell shaded miniature painting stuff. It's very cool. So like, while mine is not exactly like that, there's better example. That's not the best example of that style in particular. But there's an artist that does their orcs like that with like very high neons. Yeah, I wish I could remember. Oh, maybe I did usually. I went through a phase of like saving pictures for inspiration. Maybe I saved some to my Warhammer folder. Hang on. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, I maybe I didn't. But yeah, there are examples of that. No worries, Safety. I would like to do some Warhammer painting streams. I need to get back on. New World has just destroyed my hobby time. It's destroyed my everything time, but most especially hobby time. Because I was working through the kill team commandos, and then I was going to do the Krieg to try and get both painted up so me and my brother could have some games of kill team. And I haven't touched Ultramarines at all in like a month. How much hide do we have now? We can do better than that. Is there... Morning Dale book. Yeah. Or cave. This map. I wanted to see if there was a cave. There's a bear cave, and there's a couple of wolf caves. I guess they don't need to be boars necessarily. So that's a wolf cave, and I mean, I do want to get back to playing Total War. Like when Total War 3 comes out, which I think is next year now. Yeah, I want to try a painting stream. I need to mess with my camera because I have this light, which is great for being able to paint, but it blows the stream out something fucking atrocious. So I need to mess with my camera settings to see if I can use that light and not have it look like complete ass. Which I'm sure is a thing that I can do, but I don't know how, so I need to do some trial and error. Where'd this come from? Yeah, it got pushed back. It was this year, but it got pushed back to next year. All right, let's rather than just farming in an open field, which A, isn't that interesting, and B, isn't that good from a efficiency standpoint. Let's go see if the wolves also drop. Thick hide. Because then if they all spawn in a cave, usually that's better for... You know, you don't have to run around. They just spawn and you stand in the same spot farming them. Still not that interesting, but it might be more efficient. some of these on the way up. Yes, I don't have a single thing that is expensive or impressive. That is just to the perfect grade category. Or do you mean it's this top one here, the unicorn Gundam? Ooh, wow. 3 Earth Crag on top of each other. I have a perfect grade Evangelion that's been sitting in the closet. 7 sword. Okay. So. I can't see which one it is. Oh, PG00, okay. Oh, okay, I see now. Wow, that's a huge shield. That's cool. Yeah, I have a master grade heavy arms that's been sitting there. My New World also ate into my Gundam building streams. Modeling streams in general took a wayside, or modeling in general took a wayside for New World. Because normally I would do painting in the evening while watching TV, and instead I've just been doing New World. How many wolves actually spawn in here? None, it's just the boss. Oh, he summons minions, but I'm probably not going to be able to skin them. They'll disappear when they die. Stockpile's good, though. So I guess we're just... But at least the wolves are close together here, so maybe we just stand out the front and farm. So they're not dropping that much. 15 hide. Yeah. The search for a good spot for farming thick hide continues. They didn't pull the other one. What was this? 45. Probably summon. I can probably solo this. No, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. The annoying thing right now is because I want to, I was about to say I want to abuse. It's not true. Because I want the Bloodlust perk for my axe to move faster, I can't switch weapons. Because normally when I'm doing this kind of farming, I would have a gun so that I can shoot things once and have them run to me to kill them faster without having to run right up to them. But then I would lose the extra speed bonus. First world problems. My 30% speed buff, which is absolutely broken, is too good for me to farm slightly more efficiently with a ranged weapon. Scares you to even open. I mean, that for a long time was how I treated the Evangelion one. The Evangelion I bought at least 10 years ago. Probably longer. And I'm actually concerned because part of it is it has an internal skeleton, as a lot of Gundam kits do, for articulation, and then you stretch a rubber suit over the top of it so that between the armor panels it's got the like rubber suit that the real Unit 1 has, and that's 10 years old, so I don't know how that rubber has held up over that time. It is actually sealed. It's in a blister pack with like a cardboard backing, so it is hopefully airtight. I never opened it, so maybe it's okay. I don't know. And right now it's Schrodinger's perfect grade because I don't want to open it. I'm scared to open it and find out whether it's okay or not. And if I you know, as long as I don't open it, it's still potentially totally fine, and also potentially totally fucked. So it's in my closet and I haven't looked at it in a while. But at some point I'll probably try and build that because I think that'd be cool. Maybe the respawn speed here isn't that good? Because there are no wolves out here. This one. Predator's Bane. I'm going to go back to where the boars were. I think they were actually better. Give it everything. Like probably the biggest box of Warhammer I have that I did nothing with is the Dwarf Fantasy, Warhammer Fantasy Battle Dwarf Army that I bought. And then not only that, but then I went out and like custom ordered all these little metal dwarves like troll slayers and characters and all sorts of stuff to make a Warhammer Fantasy Dwarves army, and then never did any with. And then they shut the game down and made Age of Sigmar. So it's just been in my closet for, again, probably over a decade. And at some point, I will, hopefully, I guess in a year or two, when that Warhammer the Old World comes out, I will have some old school dwarves to paint into an army as a project, because that would be cool. So I know the better. The game is like freaking out like that. No, so Age of Sigmar will continue. It's just they are bringing Warhammer Fantasy back as a game, a new old game called Warhammer the Old World, and it will be the rank and file gameplay of Warhammer Fantasy, where you would have ranks of troops in blocks that would get bonuses for how many ranks deep they were and all that, rather than the round-based gameplay of Age of Sigmar. And people will be able to use their old armies from Warhammer Fantasy. I believe it's going to be a Forge World game, or it's being made as an enthusiast tier Warhammer game. So it's going to be expensive as fuck, is what I'm getting. But I much prefer, the model sculpts they make for Age of Sigmar right now are incredible. I just don't super care for the setting. I prefer the old Warhammer Fantasy setting. Yeah, that's true, actually. I was saying earlier that I've been keeping up on searching for those. I'm curious what furnishing you need to make it. That was the one we tried yesterday that I was underwhelmed by, but yeah, I didn't realize so that requires furnishing 150. 109, I'm not far off. I mean, I kind of am, because furnishing takes a shitload, but could get there. A little bit more, and then we'll go back and try and do some armoring. Probably gonna have to just go and like actively farm tarragon at some point. Holy shit. That train must have been just outside my window. That was loud. Sorry about that. Things are going good today. We're just kind of chilling and farming, trying to work on armoring. Yeah, no wars today, so... So far, this thick hide has proved difficult to farm. Need to get a better spot for farming thick hide. Rawhide I can farm, no worries. Ironhide I can farm, no worries, but thick hide has proved tricky. Oh, you didn't hear anything, really? God, that was so loud. Get balls at any time. Let's go up and grab the star medal. No. Oh, good. Getting those ham hocks is good because that's used for high-end food crafting, so we'll need them at some point. Boars is probably the single animal type I farm the most, so I have a crap ton of pork and pork belly and ham hocks. Those are the three kind of... I don't know if there's a blue one, actually, now that I think about it. A tier 4 pork product. Yeah, because that's tier 3. I guess pork belly is probably tier 4. Yeah, that's probably right. You get pork belly from farming up in Evanscale, which is a higher tier than this area. What if there's a tier 5? I don't know that there are tier 5 boars. Alright. I'll probably start heading back now. Yeah! Grubber was came through before and was very kind to give some subs. That, as far as I know, Angry Optimus is not a thing these days. It was briefly during the beta, but was hotfixed quite quickly. And it's just one of those stories that has persisted despite being resolved ages ago. But I cap my frame rate for everything, so that wouldn't have affected me even at a tight. Oh, where's... Okay, the boars are over there. Hello. Well, because it's, for me, my monitor's native res is 1440. It's 2560 by 1440. But it's basically impossible to get a solid, to get 144 frames, which is what the refresh rate of the monitor is, at that resolution. So I just go for 60. In hindsight, I probably should have got a 1080p monitor, and then I would have had a better chance of hitting those higher refresh rates consistently. But I'm just too attached to this res. I like how big 1440 is, especially for Windows. So I don't regret it. I'm happy with my monitor. Righto. So let's go see if I need to grab anything out of storage here before we duck out. Back from, yeah. I mean, if you like 4K, then it's probably is hard to go back to 1440, but it's the same issue, even more exacerbated, because running games in 4K, you are never going to hit a decent frame rate unless you're spending 10 to 20k on a computer. A rocket man. That's logos are wrong. There we go. Good man. Oh, I have a lot of lumber here for some reason. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Let's go try and get some armoring skill. Intel looks like Rest Ashore is the most common spot to farm thick-hide. That was my initial thought, because there is a wolf cave that might be a good respawn rate. I'll have to do some research into that offline. Here is my house, which is currently on display to the public because it's the highest scoring house for this region. Here is my dog, and I built him a dog bed. So he has a dog bed on the front porch now with a bowl of water and a bone that he gets to sit on. And then I have like a potion making station here. I'm gonna do my cooking. There, the cauldron. I have a potion table and a candlestick. I have this little thing. And then up here I have a bunch of pirate stuff. I don't know if I can interact with this yet without it breaking. Yeah, I don't know if that's working or not. And there's a pirate table and a mermaid picture. A broom that sweeps. Yeah. So, you know, I'm trying to replace some stuff as I level up my furnishing and get higher tier materials. So it's a work in progress. Alrighty. Excuse me. Let's throw on our tanning outfit so we get maximum yield bonus. Okay. Guess I'll refine first. Huh. I guess I got way too much thick hide given how much rugged I ended up with. Might end up going to have to farm some regular stuff first, yeah. Oh, I need to go buy Ironhide. I was like, I can make 12? Really? It's like, no, okay. I need Ironhide first. So I guess I should work out. So I have 418 layered leather. I need 8 Ironhide per. I need, okay. So that's 210. 210. Is that right? Yeah, 210 times 8. So I need 1680 thick hide, iron hide. I think my iron hide. Oh, okay. I have 2 stacks I can pick up, and that'll give me enough. Uh-oh. Just gonna have to limp over there. I don't know how many people actually understand how that that's how the watermark stuff works. So I see people like farming in a big group of like 20 or 40 people. It's like, that's actually terrible. Like, you still get some drops, but I would consider that a waste of time personally. All right, 21% chance of additionals. Should probably means we get about 250. Yeah. Ooh, and a nice chunk of leatherworking XP. Okay, so let's take our, what do we end up with? 259? That's not a lot. We need more base leather. I don't think I put coarse leather up on the auction house. I'm pretty sure I took mine down. Right? Yeah. Oh well, we'll roll with that for now. How many thingies can I make? Oh. But I also need to go to a different town. How many could I make? $294 divided by 4. There's only 73. We can do better than that. Also, I left my iron in a different town, I think. Oh no, I put it on the auction house, didn't I? I put it on the auction house. I've no idea what crafting skill you should work on. I don't know. I guess whatever you want to. I will say that working on crafting is much easier once you hit 60, because I have things like this, which maybe they don't have a level requirement, in which case you could just buy them and wear them. But you get items that will increase your yield when you're refining materials. So for leather, I have all these pieces that add 2% each to yield when I'm turning leather into higher tier leather. They're kind of busted at the moment because not every gear profession has a full set the way leather does. Like for armor or stone cutting, for example, I have a stone cutter's shirt and I have stone cutter boots, but that's it. And for woodworking, I only have the shirt. And for weaving, I have pants and gloves somewhere. There, I have pants and gloves. Yeah, I mean, I would just say do it as you get it, because it is good XP, like refining materials, and I would probably say gather materials, refine them, and then sell them. Probably. Is this a free-to-play building / survival MMO? Part of this question don't have an image. If it's a real question, I'm quite happy to answer it, but I can't tell if you're just making a joke about me gathering the whole time, which is also valid. Oh, I actually need to put on those weaving clothes. So I want to turn the fibers into cloth. Pretty sure it's just those two pieces, right? Did I get a hat for weaving or something? Or a chest? I don't think I did. Yeah, I don't think I did. Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure of the answer, Sichi. I knew that I wanted to Like when I was leveling up, because the game had just started and I was kind of at the top of the leveling curve, I knew I wanted to work on engineering and armoring, because engineering gave me the gathering tools. Yeah, so Anglo Boss, if you're asking, it's a one-time purchase, so it's like 40 US. There's no subscription. The main focus is the faction war, which is between the three colors of faction, to control different territory by them attacking and defending against each other in big siege battles. That's at its surface. There's also other stuff. There's dungeons you can do. There's like a battlegrounds mode where you just fight in a short instance battle, and then the winners, when win or lose, you get paid some money and stuff. There is crafting, there is gathering, there is player housing. The main thing is the faction war, though. Yeah, so as I was leveling, the things I ended up focusing on, I can tell you why. I focused on engineering and armoring, mainly because engineering got me the gathering tools. So when I hit the next tier of gathering tool to make me gather faster, I wanted to be able to make them for myself straight away. Now that, you know, Sichi's, you're leveling on a server that's been active for a while, you have people ahead of you, so you'll be able to buy those tools off the auction house, or find someone like me in the guild who has those skills. If you bring them materials, will then craft them for you. Armoring I did because that's where you make bags. So again, once I got to that level where I could upgrade my bag and have more inventory capacity, I wanted to have my armoring there to be able to do that for myself. But again, you don't necessarily need to do that because you can just bring materials. So a lot of what people say is don't worry about crafting until you hit 60 and just gather materials and refine them to get your skills up, and then sell them on the auction house if you can, or use them to bring to a crafter to make stuff for you. Like weaponsmithing is not that important because you can generally just buy better weapons rather than having to craft them. And that the most of these skills, like the same with armor, like you probably wouldn't use armoring to make armor for yourself because you're just going to be finding armor quicker than you can make it, and better quality. So most of the payoff for like weaponsmithing, armoring, or engineering is to making bows and muskets, and arcana you can make mage staves with. That's more about getting to the max level, because when you're at 200 in those, you make end game weapons, you make end game armor, end game ranged weapons, etc. Arcana's a little different because you also make potions out of that. So a lot of what people say is while you're leveling, you can do some gathering and refining, and you can do crafting too, because it will get you XP. But you're probably better off focusing on leveling and then worry about the crafting when you get to max level. Because as I said, once you hit 60, you can start to acquire some of the clothing items that will help with gathering and will help with professions. But you know, play how you want to play. Like that's going a pure like a min-max aspect, which is not enjoyable for some people, but for some people it is enjoyable. So you know, the short version is play how you want to play. Nothing is wrong. Unless you're just deleting items, which is, you know, you're just costing yourself money. In a sense, a one-time purchase PvP focused MMO is what Tarkov is. Very true. Very true. I mean, this game doesn't so much have you losing items. Like, you can't really go backwards. This, you make the numbers bigger and better. I guess you could lose all your money if you bought a bunch of weird shit. But when you die, you don't lose gear in the same way you do with Tarkov. Oh, excuse me. I have to make myself another coffee. Let's get rid of Ironhide because we can just buy it again later. Okay. Right, I think we're off trying to get regular rawhide leather right now. You can lose your sanity, true. I'll store thick hide on the auction house because I don't want to store the tannins in case they get bought by someone. Okay. Hibbity Bibbit, hello. It's good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Sounds kind of interesting. I wonder if they're going for a player economy like Star Wars Galaxies was said to have. Yes, it is a player economy. I think the difference for me between Star Wars Galaxies and anything else was the unique thing for Star Wars Galaxies was the way, which I don't think really any other MMO's done this, which is maybe because it's a bad idea. The thing for me with Star Wars Galaxies that made it unique in terms of the way it did things was when you went out to gather resources in Star Wars Galaxies, the resources themselves had stats. So when you gathered like whatever mineral for making armor, there were like tiers in the same way. Like, so to equate it to New World, you've got iron, steel, star metal, and orichalcum, right? In Star Wars Galaxy, there would be nodes that they're not set nodes like they are in this world. They would be regions, and you would have to set up a device that you made to extract the minerals. And at that point, in that particular time, when you're extracting iron, say, on a plot, it would have stats that would affect the armor that you eventually use it, or guns, or whatever you used it for. And it could be better or worse. So it added an extra RNG where within like iron, there were different, not every piece of iron was created equally, right? So what ended up happening was to get the ultra like top tier stats on an item, you might want this one specific type of orichalcum that existed for like 1 day 2 months ago or whatever, a week or whatever, and hasn't been seen again since. So it was very scarce. So like it added that. So it wasn't just like once you craft the item, which is what most MMOs do, right? Like you take iron to make you need a certain amount of iron, a certain amount of star metal, a certain amount of rubies, whatever. You put those together, you make an item, and then when you craft it, it rolls with stats, and they might be amazing or terrible, but they have a range. It rolls with different perks, and you know, many games do that. Diablo does that, where you get a drop and it rolls with different stuff, and so you're constantly, you know, either trying to get different drops or craft different things to hit that perfect like god roll, the best in slot, you know. Star Wars Galaxies was unique in that you still had to do that, but also the materials that went into it, you know, there might have been a case where at one point, you know, a week into the game, this like star metal in this specific region rolled with like bonkers, like almost perfect stats, and you know, however much of that was harvested at that time is however much exists, and maybe it never existed again, and then it becomes like very sought after to make the best gear. And no other MMO's really done anything like that, probably because it's like overly complicated and weird and difficult, and but kind of cool, you know. It's kind of a cool idea. Yeah, it's kind of weird, and it means like, you know, gathering is more than just knowing, oh, this region spawns iron, I'm going to go get me a bunch of iron. Like you had to actually go around and like find, like it was really like prospecting. Like you had to go around and find the hot shit, and then if it was a secret, you wanted to get as much of it as you could. And yeah, it's yeah, definitely that was an interesting game for many reasons. The resource quality stuff is only one of those, because that is yeah, very odd game. back again. All right, let's drop this hide off at the store. Better than I ever did. Feel like a little kid. I really don't want anyone to buy this out. That's why I'm pricing it kind of high. All right, let's go. Let's go farm some rawhide. Yeah. Oh, as we finish teleporting. So this is where I come to farm my rawhide. I think it's a great loop to do. Scrap the system. Is Firefall still going? What happened to that game? I don't usually farm at this time of day, so this might actually be contested, but we'll see. So this place has these island leopards, and they drop rawhide about 50 per animal usually. Yeah. And so it's leopards and boars. Here's a tropical boar. Again, the correct way to do it is to use a firearm to draw them to you, but I want to keep my axe 30% speed buff, so I'm not going to switch off this weapon. There's those two animals there. There's a lion and a boar here. There's also a couple of herb spawns here, which you usually grab, just in case you get parsley or other rare drops from them. There's this boar here. There's this one down here, which is a bit of a run, which is why being able to shoot it with a gun is nice. Burn too many players, yeah. Yeah, that's the trouble with MMOs is you need a certain threshold of players to make it work. Then there's two boars here, 1 and 2. Usually if you attack this one, the other one will aggro and just come to you. There we go. Yeah, between 40 and 50 rawhide per kill. There's some silk there if you want to grab silk. There's this cat here and this boy over here. There's like a little mini circuit I do here, and then I run around. I've added actually to this farm by running a bit around because you need to wait for the respawns to happen, so you may as well do that by moving off to areas nearby that also have the same kind of animals. And some firewiber too. Firewiber? Wire fiber. I always mess that up. There's one more cat down here. Does the red infection have anything to do with the game? The what? Oh, the corruption? Where the screen like got all hazy? I think that's what you mean. So that happens in different parts of the world. I feel like it's kind of an afterthought. So it's definitely a weird game. I feel it feels like they weren't sure what it wanted to be during its development. Like apparently at one time it was like a Rust kind of like survival crafting game that was very PvP focused, and then it morphed over time to be more of a WoW clone, kind of, not really, but you know, more of a traditional MMO. I think because it started out as like a Rust like of like the crafting and the combat, and then they added things like the dungeons, and they added like quests to level up, and these like corruption events. So yeah, it definitely changed over its life. I think there might be one more cat, and then we'll go off on a run. There's also a grove of weirdwood trees if you want to work on your logging or get some weirdwood, I guess. Although weirdwood's very cheap to just buy, so I would usually recommend just buying it. Right, so that's this area done. That's the main place where the farming takes place. But then I usually come down here and kill the alligators and then head off around the island, around this mountain, to give those animals back their time to spawn. Yeah, so like lore-wise, where the game ended up is that you come to this, you shipwreck on this island, and there's this demonic there's like magic. It's like a magical island because nothing ever dies. It's called Eternum, which I guess is a play on eternity, where if it dies, it fades out in that blue light and then comes back to life. There's also this corrupted demon effect going on, and your captain that led you here, Captain Thorpe, is one of the ones that's like corrupted by that influence and is now a bad guy. So then that manifests in the world by these corrupted portals around the place. It's really just another enemy type. They're demons. They do corrupted damage. Like, I don't know. The story in this game is very weak. I don't blame anyone who fell off this game pretty quickly, because I like the combat and I like the faction wars, and I enjoy the gathering and making the numbers get bigger kind of MMO gameplay. I find the setting to be very mundane. I think it looks pretty. It definitely helps that the world looks pretty. I like the island. I like there's like zombie pirates, which is this area that we're in now. I think they're a cool enemy type. But the lame thing about this game is from level 1 to level 60, so this is like a zombie pistolier type person. If they had made this a straight up pirate MMO, it would make way more sense to me, and I think it would be way cooler. But instead, it's this like, it's basically a pirate MMO, but also with like more like medieval kind of, it's like a cross between a pirate MMO and a fantasy MMO, but it's not great at doing either. It does kind of suck that like there is it feels like the content, you can tell that because they didn't know what the game wanted to be over the course of its life, they were really behind the 8 ball with getting things ready, as they kept having to like pivot and change and add things to the game. Because like it has like, you know, I'm killing boars and lions here and alligators, right? Pretty standard for most fantasy MMOs. It sucks that from the very start of the game, from like the first 10 levels, for example, you kill boars and wolves and leopards and bears and alligators, the beasts. You then have rabbits and turkeys running around to farm for different items. You fight no Vikings or knights. You fight zombie pirates, zombies, you fight skeletons. And corrupted, I guess, within the first 10 levels, and you basically fight higher level versions of all of those for the rest of the game. Very, very late in the game. I guess it might actually happen in the mid game, but I didn't see them until very late game. You add another element type, which is the Angry Earth, which are like dryads. You know, beings made out of stone and wood, as like a nature-based enemy type. I think it really sucks that so many areas of the game are just the same shit stamped out over and over again. So I do not blame anyone who like played 10 or 20 levels and went like, it's just the same stuff over and over. It's the same type of quest. It's go kill 10 things. It's go collect items off those things. It's go collect items on the ground, collect items from chests. And that's it. Like the tasks you do in the game. Yeah, it's, I mean, Shroud, I was watching Shroud earlier, and like he's the same. He's the same with like it's fun, and he's addicted as I am at doing the things over and over. But he also recognizes that it's not good. And then on top of that, the end game meta where things are right now is also not good. And it might be that we all like come to out of you know a daze and realize that and give it up, you know, in the next month or two. But he described it as it's one giant casino, because all you're doing is you're grinding to get things higher level, and then you're interacting with RNG to try and get god rolls on items or try and get legendary components. Exactly, the bare asses, yeah. So there is a recipe here for something really special, because the combat is a lot of fun, and there's not a lot of games that do this style of combat at this scale, and it could be rad, but it's being set back by balance issues and bugs, and they need to start rolling out the stuff that was held back for launch because they couldn't get it ready, because there are lots of like quality of life things that just don't exist because they couldn't get them ready in time. So they really need to get on top of that. Or yeah, I don't know, if it feels like interest is waning, even amongst the people who are super, super into it. I'm still having a great time. It helped that the last patch for War made War, which is the thing I enjoy the most, much more fun and much more enjoyable again. So I'm not like imminently about to give things up or anything like that. But yeah, I think it also helped that there was kind of a lull of games to play. You know, people had been getting sour on Warcraft. It was between Final Fantasy expansions, and I don't know, but I think people were saying that people have gotten a little bored of that. Like, when Final Fantasy puts new content out, it'll be interesting to see if that affects this a lot. I don't think it will affect it as much as people think it will. I think this game crossed over with the competitive faction war stuff into people who probably aren't as interested in Final Fantasy. I think FF is a hit with the MMO crowd, because that's a very PvE focused MMO. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they do have PvP, but it's not good. And I think quite a lot of people like this as a, like, if WoW put out new content, I feel like that would probably eat into New World's player base more than Final Fantasy probably would. I could be wrong, but I guess we'll see soon, right? Because they've got some sort of significant content drop coming. But yeah, I'm definitely having a load of fun with this game. And like, that might be because I played so much of it that I got to be on the forefront of our faction and our server's leveling curve enough to participate in the wars consistently. Like, if you aren't someone who's getting into those faction battles, I can see there would be an issue. Like, what are you playing for, kind of thing? Like, what are you grinding to do? Like, I'm grinding because I want to be better at the wars and invasion and you know, be better in that combat. But if I didn't have that, Like, I don't think the dungeons are okay. You know, the open world stuff is okay. The wars are where it's at for me. And unfortunately, only 50 versus, you know, that's a 50v50 battle. So it's a very small subsection. Maybe like if more wars start happening, because like right now, what have we got? We've got a few invasions coming and we've got one war in Windswood and then that's it. Nothing else is really going on. So I don't know. Yeah, like I said, like if Tarkov wipes, that is going to really draw me away from the game for a bit. I will still probably, you know, play the wars, check in. I just won't be on every day like I am now. Or if I come to my senses and realize, hey, I should probably not be playing this every game and do more constructive things with my life. If this game doesn't succeed, it's because Amazon didn't feel like it's succeeding. They could let it bleed money for a long time while... Yeah, I mean... That's the other part, is that Amazon Game Studios have tried to make a bunch of games. This is the first one that has hit strongly for them, that has hit well and has been as popular as it has. So it definitely feels like they are doing the best they can with the team they have and how popular the game is, because they have a lot of plates in the air right now. The known issues list is distinguished. And you know, they're addressing them as quickly as they can, but they can't address things like too quickly because then it introduces more bugs, which is what's happened in the last couple of hotfixes where they fixed one thing but broken something else. And that's just game dev, you know, that's not on them. That's every video game. But you know, we don't have a test realm for New World where we might have caught some of the things that happened. I don't think they will do a Google Riga and just cancel it, because it is making money. It is popular. Like, you know, people like in this, let's do Steam stats. In this like context of like, oh, you know, the game's fallen off, but so it's dropped to third. It used to be the #1 game on Steam. It is now eclipsed by CSGO and Dota. Dota's at 750k peak today. CSGO was at 800 peak today. New World is at 400. PUBG was at 300k. That is interesting. Apex 200. Apex is a game that's split across different platforms though. I guess New World is too, because you can get New World through Epic, right? Not just Steam. Oh, that's why it's up? Okay. So yeah, it's still popular. 400,000 peak concurrence is still pretty good. You know, there are definitely MMOs that would kill for that kind of player base. I wonder if I can just do that and drag the boar into combat with me. Not have to run all the way down there. I think that was the sound of the corruption being cleared, which would be nice. I'm really not a fan of the way the corruption fogs out your vision if you get too close to it. It makes gathering and farming very annoying. So I've been playing for like 3.5 hours just trying to gather stuff to get my armoring up. I'm trying to get as much of the gathering and the farming done now while I have this great axe bug, because the speed that I'm moving at now is 30% faster than I should be moving. Bloodlust is a perk that's great that lets you move 30% faster when you are within 15 meters of an enemy, but then it's supposed to wear off. So there is a bug right now that means that it persists, and it means I get to zoom around the level extra quick. So I'm trying to do a lot of this, like running around farming and gathering and all that while I have this bug, because it's only going to get slower when they eventually fix it. Which I don't think is a big enough issue for them to hotfix in the scheme of things, because there are way worse bugs happening. But it's funny, this morning I was farming some iron and there were definitely people getting mad that, like, because certain classes have mobility spells, like the fire staff can teleport and dash forward. The rapier has like a ton, like a, what do you call it? Like a bison, like pile driver move where they shoot forward. Yeah. Yeah, as long as you've got the mats, Sichi, because I won't necessarily have them. So you need the faction stones. And then I guess look up, you know, it's a certain type of leather, cloth, and metal. But yeah, I can definitely make those for you. Yeah, it does that for a lot of things. Like where you hit is based on where your weapon swings and stuff. So usually it comes up when things miss because you're angled at a weird way because they're above or below you and it doesn't connect with the model. But yeah, it is cool the way that works. Looking to do some faction stuff and level up ranking with them. So I'm looking forward to the rank uncap quest. They're not too bad to do. I guess it depends on your class. Well, not class, because there are no classes, but it depends on your spec, I suppose. I didn't find, like, if you go to do them too early, maybe. But I usually found that they weren't too bad. Things might be different now that, you know, when I was leveling, everyone was kind of leveling in the same, you know, people were in the around those quest spots trying to do the same thing. So I often was able to get help. But you can also usually just ask in faction and be like, hey, I'm doing this quest. Is anyone able to give me a hand quickly? So here's an example. See where some of the axes weren't hitting because he was like slightly above me? Night, Meter Eater. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good sleep. Don't want any of that crap, but it's free repair parts. There. Usually one down here somewhere. This is what I need to find for thick hide, because getting 50 a pop from these enemies is rad. It means it's super quick to farm up a few thousand rawhide. This is without even using my really good gather booster that does like 10 or 20%. Can't remember how much it actually is. 10% for 20 minutes. And I think the one up from this is even like, I haven't got to that yet because it's engineering. I think it's like 175 engineering probably. I think it's for like half an hour or something. Like it's really nice, but it also is pretty expensive. I don't want to use too many of these because they take the strong ones I'm making now, the 10% for 20 minutes. Use, I think it's a blue air mote, whatever they're called, essence, air essence, something like that. It's blue air and blue soul, I think, which are pretty hard to come by, and I need them for both. I need them both for doing gems, for cutting gems, and for the cores, the elemental cores and hearts that go into making voidment ingots, which are 50 motes each. So if I am spending them on consumables, like, yeah, it's helping me gather faster, but if I go through too many of them, it's rough. So trying not to use too many of them. Unless I know I'm going to be like occasionally I'll pop one for this run because I know I'm going to be gathering a lot of hide in a short amount of time. But if there's too much running, then you end up wasting too much of the buff running around instead of gathering. So if I could find a thick hide spot where, like, funnily enough, like the Boar's Home was the ultimate, and I think they've since fixed that. I haven't been back there, so maybe I'll go to Restless, which seems to be where people are doing thick hide farming, and go check out and see what Boar's Home is like these days. So I think it's still good. It's just not as ridiculous as it used to be. because that would be a candidate for like pop a proficiency booster and then just skin up a storm there. And you would have thousands of thick hide probably within half an hour. Yeah, I think after this last circuit of this area, I'll be full up on rawhide and we can go back and refine it. To come out right. Ba-da-ba-da. See, okay, here's the thing. So I've been farming on stream for, well, we've been live for almost 4 hours. Probably the first like half an hour was just chilling out and crafting bags in Cutlass. So we'll call it 3 hours of solid farming. Not that efficient because we did take like a Warhammer show and tell break and, you know, other stuff. But pretty, you know, 3 hours of farming, leather and even prior to the stream, I spent probably 90 minutes farming iron, I think. I'm really happy with my iron farm, by the way. East of Cutlass Keys is great for iron, especially if you aren't contesting. And even today I was actually contesting with people and I still managed to farm like, I reckon 7,000 iron ore. Because I was going back to town and refining it into ingots to reduce the space it took up as I was doing it. Yeah, so I go around here, and actually around here is really good as well. So I basically do like a loop, I come out of here, do a loop here quickly. There's a bunch there, here. There's heaps in this like little mining town here, like here, go through all that, go up through here. There's a little bit through here, through there, and then just do that in a big loop over and over again. And yeah, ended up with probably about 7,000. So what I'm getting to, after all this farming, it's hours and hours of farming, how many levels of armoring do you think this is going to equate to? I started it at 168. I got to 170, I think, by doing those bags. I did some orichalcum and that got me to 171. And now we're going to be trying the leather, which is basically the same thing. It's just the leather instead of metal. I reckon if we hit 175, I would be surprised. I'm happy. But like it goes to show like how far 200 is. It's probably, if I focused on nothing else, I reckon it would probably still take me a week to hit 200. It depends how many bags I can craft for people. I probably need to be more religious about, hey, crafting tier 5 bags, your mats, etc., because that's a lot of XP. It's like 13k per bag, which is a lot. All right, I think I'm going to go back with this rawhide that I have now, rather than keep farming. Yeah. I think I can get 175. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. So at 200, that's the max. 200 is when I can then craft the top tier 600 gear score armor. I can try and get my bags closer to 600, but yeah, the void bent armor is the big one. Krektigar, hello, how's it going? Good night, Kelderin. Thank you for hanging out. All right, so let's go grab my tanning outfit so we get the bonuses. Get an extra 10% yield, which doesn't sound like much, but we're refining 3,000 rawhide, so it all adds up. The boss and girls. Sorry, 4,700 apparently. So we'll hopefully end up with 1,500. Ooh, very close. And the other good thing is I do need to get my leather working up to 200, so we're at 185. So this is also when I get 200 of the refining, you get to make the end game version of that. So for metal, which is already 200, that's Asmodium. So Asmodium, I can only craft 10 of these per day. They're on a cooldown, and there's one for each. So Asmodium for mineral or for metal. For leather, it's runic leather. For cloth, it's phoenix weave. And all of those are required for the end game armor that I can make when I hit 600. Plus, I can also sell, like, once I hit 200, people can bring their materials to me and I'll craft the armor for them and they can, you know, pay me for my efforts. So, what am I doing? Leather, right. Oh, I need to get my leather out of the... Okay. I need more tannin. So I don't really want to use... Yes I do. Fuck it. Okay, so we're short on thick hide. I don't really want to go back to farming thick hide. But it might be too expensive to buy a lot of it. Let's have a look. It used to be dirt cheap, but since the Borsholm farm has gone... Monarch's Bluff has it pretty cheap. Morningdale has a lot of it pretty cheap. Okay. Which makes sense, because that's where it's farmed. That's muddy. What did I watch recently that had... So Asmodeus is like a demon in, I don't know, like the Bible or the Torah or some old religious book. And I was watching a movie recently that referenced Asmodeus, and it made me think of Asmodium as well. What was that? That's going to bother me. What have I watched recently? I've been watching The Sopranos, but it wasn't that. Oh, I know what it was. It was the new paranormal activity. Every year around Halloween, there's always a new paranormal activity out. And this one was so good, it was straight to a streaming service.
Sniping's a good job, mate.
Oh, he's in Good Omens as well. Hey, Lowton. Correctagar, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Shit, how much of this leather do I actually need? I don't want to buy too much because it'll fill me up otherwise. Where is the tanning station? Oh, it's here and it's terrible. Okay, so I need to make... Okay, we can work this out. I might already have enough. 338 divided by 2 is 169 times 6, 1,014. So I need to buy 49, 149, 160, 100, we'll call it 180, and we'll be good. Cool beans. I don't think I left any tannin here, but let's... Tannin? Whatever. I don't think I left any of the leather juice here. No, I took it all with. Okay, well, bring that base stuff with us just in case. Walk back home, and then we got to run to Cutlass Keys because, oh, well, we might be able to pay to travel there. I think it'd be too expensive, but we have to go to Cutlass Keys to actually do the armor crafting because the outfitting station here is not high enough level. I need to get more thick hide. Oh, getting there. 192. Okay. So let's work this out. Come here. God. Oh, it worked. 291 divided by 2 times 8. I need 1,164 iron hide. 1164. Oh, nope, that's not. Nope, that's also wrong. Wait, did I put iron hide? No, I didn't. Okay. Let's just buy one from someone who has the exact amount we need. Bad. Oh, 197. So close. Where am I going? Okay, so that's all Yeah, we basically used all the leather I had, I think. So we ended up with a grand total of 611 infused leather. Wow, that really isn't as much as I would have liked. Then we need... I think I left the iron in... Oh, I put the iron on the auction house, didn't I? Okay. How much is it going to cost me to warp there? 60. Ah, that's okay. It's better than running. So we got iron, leather, linen. I think that should be all we need. Yep. Cool. Let's go see how much armor smithing skill we can get. I could run there to save the Azoth, but I'm lazy. And Azoth is relatively easy to come by. Alrighty then. Let's check the town board before I... How much this is going to cost me to craft? Oh, apparently I left iron and cloth here. I have 3,000 cloth here. Holy shit. This is going to... Wow. It's going to cost me 800 gold just to make these. Holy shit. That's a lot. I have 18k. I've never really paid attention to that before. It's kind of fucked up. Oh, that's why. Your crafting fee's high. Can I do this anywhere else? Oh, your crafting fee's also high. Crafting fee's even higher. No one else has tier 5. Alright, well, I guess we're just paying it. Yep. It should be a good bit of XP. Before we do this, though, because the craft sounds are going to be rough. We'll actually end up doing more than this because when we salvage them, we'll get some infused leather back. So there'll be a second round of crafting that'll be slightly less. All right, so we're starting at 171 up here, about 2/3 of the way through, slightly more than that, almost 3/4. So this is the culmination of 3 hours of farming, kinda. Does it say? How do you know I'm at 171.66? I'm at 66 jewel crafting, but that's unrelated to what we're doing here. Oh, because that's 2/3? It's not actually. Like, it's pretty close, honestly. Can I see? Not really. It doesn't tell me a percentage. We need 7k to level to 172. I mean, that actually does give us some info because we know in gloves will give us 1300. So that's going to be what? I don't know, 5, something like that. 5 crafts, and then we'll level up. As to what, level we'll actually hit. I think we'll probably push 175 because we're making 150 of them. Maybe we'll even crack into like high 70s, 180 maybe. I don't know. Yep, linen, iron, no Azoth, no perk, 150. Let's go. And usually this is where I stand up and walk away from the computer or like drag the Netflix window over the top and just... I actually left it and forgot about it at one point, and it idle kicked me after I got done crafting and then logged back in, and I was super encumbered from all the things that I'd been making. Because unlike refining, where you can just go refine 2000 and it just goes ding, done, this unfortunately wants to do every single one. I mean, it's good because you can actually cancel. So if like occasionally I've picked the wrong thing and then gone, oh shit, and like been able to cancel it instead of just going, boop, 150 gloves, done. So it's probably smart that it does it this way. But all of these are getting salvaged, even the purple ones, because... Yeah, I think we're actually going to get like pretty close to 180 off this, I reckon. Because we're only 20 in and we're almost through the next level. I forgot how much XP you get for this top tier stuff. I definitely think the next thing I'll do is try and do the same with cloth, because I have a bunch of cross weave and iron weave or whatever the top tier cloth stuff is called. The cloth will be harder to farm though. Probably. You have to go find silk. If you just spam click anywhere on the right side, it goes a lot faster through the animation. Oh, the hot tech. There you go. Yeah, of course, corrector. You can always ask a question. I'm always happy to answer questions about this game. Notice that your radar pretty clear. Oh, the game failed. Notice your radar is pretty clear as the way to control what is being tracked. Oh, you mean the compass at the top? Unfortunately not. You can't actually turn that stuff off. I wish you could, because yeah, it can get very cluttered. Yeah, okay. We're just going to let it go. Maybe instead of spamming, I'll just click to turn it off when it loads. There you go. Instead of spam clicking. It's not that it has a chance of closing the window, but the craft can fail. And I think me spam clicking is what causes it to fail. You just have a macro for spam limited in one spot. Well, I don't like using macros because every now and again, you get banned for it. So I also, I'm just great at video games. I don't need to use computers to do my video gaming. It's all me, baby. The only downside is I don't get to see where we're at for the skill. We're at 175. Okay, so we're blowing way past that because we still got another 2/3. Well, so macros, like, it depends. It varies from game to game. Sometimes macros, like, because yeah, macros are technically something anyone can do. So there are some developers' decisions that fall on the side of like, technically anyone can do a macro. So it's not cheating. You're just using, it'd be the same as like buying a really good mouse or like really good earphones, So it depends. It is, I think, I would say using a macro is lame for starters. So I don't like doing it. It depends on the game, because not all macros are created equal. Like usually when you talk about people getting banned for it, it's macros that like making a semi-auto gun fire fast enough that it's basically full auto, you know? So instead of like you manually tapping your finger, you just push a button that does a button click 10 times in a second, and then someone gets machine gunned to death. So yeah, it varies from game to game. I don't think you're probably right in that you shouldn't just say like macros are banned across the board, because some macros are just quality of life and some macros are undetected by the game. But there's an animation cancel for bows. Well, I saw, there's plenty of cheats like that. Like I saw a clip of someone using a great axe swinging faster than is possible in the game, just going like, and just copying the shit out of someone until they died. Yeah, Angry Optimus, you're fair to say that like the game shouldn't let you do that. There should be like a limitation on how fast a gun can fire, things like that. But that's an example of where a macro can get you banned, is because if it lets you do something that, you know, you couldn't really expect a human to reasonably be able to do, there are instances where I can understand why it's banned. So I don't know. I just try to avoid that stuff. It's the same reason why I'm not, I'd rather live with not having a macro than have to deal with trying to get my account unbanned. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just prefer not even to have to get into that situation. So for me, it's a small loss just to not do that and just do things manually. Kind of similar to, like, right now, Overwolf, that software that Logitech owns that is used to manage like mods for games and stuff like that. There's a New World thing in there where you can have the map genie, you know, the map websites for New World that'll show you the node locations. You can have that overlaid over your game as a mini map, because this game doesn't have a mini map, which is kind of weird for an MMO, but whatever. You can use a mod, you can use Overwolf to put that over your game screen and be able to run around the world, and it will use the position tracking up here to know where you are and move your little character icon to show you where you are. And so you can use that to just hunt down gathering nodes. Not technically against the rules yet, but it's in a gray area where they haven't really made a ruling on it. I believe that's true. I'm pretty sure Logitech bought Overwolf. I could be wrong, but I thought that was the case. I don't want to use that because they might decide that it's against the rules and ban people who are using it. So not using that is a small inconvenience compared to getting banned and that being a huge inconvenience. So, all right, now we just got to salvage all these. Over and over. Life has improved dramatically since I found out how to quick salvage. Still not a salvage all button when you're done crafting, which would be really nice, but this, in the meantime, at least gets through it as quickly as possible. Not so bad when you're crafting these higher tier ones, because I'm only making 150 of them, for example. But when I was making like the linen gloves, and I was making like thousands at a time. Underwolf's been bundled with Logitech software since at least 2018. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, maybe they didn't buy them. Maybe they just have a deal with them to like bundle. I don't know. And then we can make another 40. What do we get to? That got us to 179. So I was right. Upper 70s, almost 80s. And by the time we're done with these ones and the salvage we get out of these, we'll definitely be into 180. Need a macro for quick reporting bugs. Wonder if they've got mod pack and mod installation back to feature and stability parity with what they had in the old Twitch code client by now. I don't know. Didn't Twitch shut that down? Because it was going to be their desktop app, but then I think they eventually canned that idea, didn't they? to clean up my desk. Oh, they sold it on again? $180. 180. Okay. So I'm going to actually hold on to... Oh. Because this is the other one I want to do. The same thing with infused cloth. But I actually don't need to hold on to leather because I would just go get coarse leather. I'll hold on to infused leather in case I want to make a bag or something, I guess. Do I want to make a bag? Ooh, I can make a beast hunter mask. How badass could I make that? 520. Oh, I see. You can use runic phoenix weave, asmodium. And then I would need a bunch of buffs to get it closer to 600. That's pretty cool, though. That's a medium armor, like beast skull mask. It's pretty cool. And like the bear shoes and the... No, wait. Where's the... Yeah, the beast hunter set is where you make the claw hands. The like medium ones that look like bear claws. And the bear boots. Like this like bear arms top. That's cool. The Shadewalker stuff could be cool. I think I got... Didn't I... Where's Shadewalker? Yeah, Shadewalker mask. Looks like a scarecrow. That's cool. Oh, right. Got a territory standing. Crafting fee. Holy shit, crafting fee, yes. Where's the forge? I want to look at what we unlocked. Orichalcum heavy breastplate. That's pretty fancy. Yeah, then we can make fur-lined orichalcum breastplate. They don't look as cool as the beast outfit or the shade cloth. I wish you could like see the character model like you can in Warcraft before you craft something. Not that great. But I'm going for Voidbent anyway. Alright, so we've probably gone through most of the leather stuff. Yeah. I'm curious. I want to look at pricing for some of those cloth pieces. Hey, I sold my solar. It's cool. I had brief aspirations to fuck with dual crafting, but it's such a pain in the ass to level. Like I cannot be bothered. Maybe down the track, who knows. Silk. silk threads, is that what they're called? Yeah. They're pretty cheap. I don't know that I want to buy them, but I don't know where the fuck you would farm the silk from. Like, probably Morningdale. Probably Morningdale? So, don't know where to farm hemp. That's no worries. How to farm thousands of silkweed in less. Best place to farm silkweed? This one's a minute long. Let's watch this. The bottom of weavers, huh? Apparently in here. Okay. Let's go test that theory. So I want harvesting gear. Ooh, can you get a harvesting necklace? What's the perk called again? It's like adored. Adored harvesting. To 7.4, 7.1, 7.5. Before we leave though. I mean, it's jewel crafting is definitely good. It's just kind of a pain in the butt. Because, yeah, you need a lot of gems to cut. Well, you need to cut a lot of gems and turn them into amulets and rings to level up. And it's kind of a pain. What's this place filled with? Some of it's smelting, weaving. Oh, there's a bunch of lodestone here for some reason. I feel like that can be sold. Pick all them up and take them out. It's like mostly rocks and it's a lot of platinum ore actually. 2000 weaving is definitely taking up space, but that's cool. That can stay there for now. Whoa. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Whatever. Just leave there. I forgot to turn the perk off. So what am I carrying a lot? I'm carrying a lot of iron. Oh, lodestone. It's because I don't want to see. I'm carrying a lot of clothing that I could get rid of. Maybe I have room to just sell potions as well. Get some out of my inventory. I don't really use the corrupted ward potions, so I'm just going to store them. I think. I want to see it normal. There we go. I got my... Oh, yeah. Hey, how's it going? Do I... Maybe I can just... Oh, right. Do you have the runes for your bags? I might have the ingredients to make them. I'm trying to remember what they are. I think you were saying you had to rank up more to make them. I don't have the faction points to buy them, otherwise I would. Presumably it's rugged bag you're after? Nicked it a single hit. I'm going to pay property tax in Evan scale. Because these are what, level 20? Yeah. Okay. No worries. All right. I think I'm pretty good. So we want to... Don't really want to just keep paying as off, but I also don't want to run there manually, so... I'm also going to go grab a drink of water while we do this. Ow. Oh, that really hurt. I just kicked my computer. Okay. Let's pat Barkamedes and make everything better. I'll be back in a second. Holy shit. Where's the... my foot really hurts. Okay, I'll be back. Okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. I need to drop off the tanning outfit and a couple other items. My foot really hurts. Probably drop off the skinning outfit too. Where? Okay. So now we want to go up to, so you can pay 100. It might be cheaper. I'm getting a discount. Oh, faction controls because we is from like fortress control, I think. I can recall here, here, and up here. Here is the closest. But we have to pay 41 to get there. So it would need to cost 52 to go from here to here for it to be cheaper than just going straight here from here. We're actually not that far. Like, it's about the same from here to here versus here to here. We could also just run there. Run up through here. It's going to cost me 90. Maybe we'll just run. Yeah, we'll just run. I can check the orichalcum node over here on the way. $90 isn't much in terms of fast travel costs, but it is also a fifth of what we have because we have almost 500. And I can grab some stuff along the way, like this dragon glory. There you go. Got a dragon glory flower. If we fast traveled, we wouldn't get that, so. I would be surprised if the orichalcum node down here was not looted. Not what do you call? Not hadn't been mined. It's in an upturned cart down here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh well. Thing is, I got my harvesting gear on. Gonna need fire motes for elemental hearts and stuff eventually anyway, so may as well grab them when we have the opportunity to. And we're looking to head that away-ish. It's also the kind of dog that would have buckets of drool, right? Like it's one of those dogs with big jowls that slobber everywhere. There's a chest here. The other good thing about coming to the bottom of Weaver's Fen up here, we can mine the silkweed or harvest. We can harvest the silkweed, but there's also that chest farm that we were looking at the other day. So I think the power of that Weaver's Fen stockpile route that we were testing out the other day and seemed underwhelming isn't in the majority of the stuff you get. It's that it's a level 35 stockpile chest which has the chance to spawn the stacked deck and some of those trophy components that you need, and getting trophies for your houses is going to become very important in the next little while, for helping with crafting items with better gear score, for helping you farm better, for the loot luck trophies and the harvesting and the gathering and all that. So I think that's why in addition to the like furniture recipes and the other stuff that you can find there. So I've judged that route a little too quickly. I guess I actually do just want to run through Rickwater. So if I go up here, it's a longer route. This is more direct. It's just running through Rickwater kind of sucks. This was a bad way to come. Oh, I hate enemies that have slow abilities. Fucking worst. And a catch-up mechanic? Oh, I'm maybe just gonna die. Piece of shit. Keep my eyes open because there's sometimes just rando or a cow come 5 times. Well, I was mostly running away from things and getting tagged on the way. You mad at me? Yep. See what I mean about, like, we were just fighting these at level 35 to get rawhide. Now here is the exact same cat model, not even recolored, which they do. There are like red with stripes and different cool looking versions, but that is literally just the same lion. It's just 30 levels higher or 20 levels higher. Like, that's, you know, not exactly interesting. I guess we're in a different looking biome, kind of. It's like a temperate forest. Instead of a tropical one. Really, goat? Why are you aggroed to me? Excellent enemy AI there. One of them shooting the rock, the other spinning on top of it, and neither of them hitting me, so I got to mine it and get away. You know, the other thing that I thought about the other day that is kind of like, it's a very minor thing, but it would, I have a couple of thoughts on it. I realized, like, you have all these areas where there's like wolves and lions and these like predators, right? And then you have like turkeys and rabbits, the like prey animals, and goats and bison, whatever, all walking around each other, and they never interact. You know, like even World of Warcraft does the thing where the wolves will sometimes pounce on a critter and eat it, because that's what animals do. And like, I realized at the end, I was like, oh, it would actually be super annoying, because sometimes you need to farm rabbits or turkeys or whatever. And if they're all getting eaten by all the wolves and lions and stuff running around, it would be annoying. But it also just is one of those things that just like, oh, I guess it just, you know, kind of takes me out of things briefly. Not a huge deal, but it's one of those things I thought about that, you know, would do a little bit to add to the world building, you know. We've got Tarragon. Tarragon's really fucking hard to come by. Apparently you get it from herb spawns in Reekwater. Good to know. This is all just regular hemp, which I actually don't need to collect because I have like 3,000 linen back at base. So I'll hold off on that for now. But it's good to know that if I can gather silkweed here, I can also gather regular hemp right here. And it seems like there's a decent amount of it and not many people collecting here, which is good. So maybe this will be, because I could fast travel to here and then just run down here to get hemp, run up here to get silkweed. That could be, now hopefully there's some, I was gonna say, hopefully this isn't a well-known farming spot. I'm gonna maybe use one, I'm gonna use one of my boost potions. Let's see how this goes. I mean, it's... Yeah, I mean, it was very camp, the Flash Gordon movie. Because Flash Gordon as a comic was, like, really popular, right? Like, it's a... At least I always think of it as, like, a... What was the name of the guy who played Flash Gordon again? It's not Dolph Lundgren. It just, he really looks like Dolph Lundgren. He was in Ted as well. I'm trying to remember what that actor's name was. Oh, Sam Jones. You're totally right. That's it. That is what it is. Chunk of Enchanted Earth. It's the first time I've got that. I don't know what that is. It's probably not. It's just the first time I've noticed it. Sometimes if you... Yeah, exactly, Anger Optimus. Yeah, very seminal. Machines humming. Scale core. It's tier 4 though, so it's not like... Might be useful for leveling, I guess, maybe? It's probably something I should look at nearing the top end of this armoring thing. Like maybe there's some... Because there's a lot of like mid-tier rare items, like Fey Iron and Scale Cord, I guess, that you get as rare things from like iron or silk or the mid-tier kind of resources that I've been hoarding and not doing anything with. That, you know, when I get to end game level, I'm still not going to need for anything. So if I can use them to get some extra XP along the way, I may as well probably do that. You get so little oil. But this will go to helping me level furnishing. Getting some breeze in from the window. So I felt the breeze come in the window, go down under my desk, and it felt cold on my legs, while also the heat from my computer pushing back was like a mix of like cold, hot, cold, hot. It's a weird sensation. I mean, it seems like there's an okay amount of silkweed here. It's not like a ridiculous amount. Maybe there was a second part of that video where it's like, grab the silkweed here and then also go to this other area. Because I feel like I whipped through this in one direction and got all of it. And now none of it's respawned. that's regular hemp, not silkweed. There's some. Hmm. Okay. So where was that video? Hmm. Okay. So they seem to say this bottom section of. Well, let's. I guess let's. Map Genie. Let's take a look at what Map Genie says for silkweed nodes. Okay. Kind of seems like Morningdale is actually like, yeah, there are a lot of nodes here, but it's super easy to just blow through them all and take them all out. Let's just move back and then we'll fast travel to here and then go up probably. If that's not too expensive. I mean, I guess we ran all the way here, so we did save ourselves some Azoth by doing that. Now maybe we can treat ourselves to an area that isn't completely wiped clean of silk. Yeah, see, they're just not responding fast enough. Unless there's someone else here taking them and I'm not. Maybe the fog makes it harder to see at distance, but I don't feel like it was earlier because they're like bright blue. So I think it's just... Yeah. $88, that's not too bad. We are getting a bit late. It's like 4 p.m., right? So it's like 1 a.m. on a Sunday. That should be starting to... do I still have the... I do still have the US region open. Interesting. The top servers still have quite a lot of people on, but ours is down to 400. So we've gone from 700 online to 400. That was definitely a waste of the strong proficiency booster because we did one pass through there. Okay, there's someone here getting hemp. There's some silk down there. Yeah, I think Morning Dale will be a bit better because it's like slightly higher tier than Weaver Fen. The silhouette looks like I'm packing. Was that the Seinfeld episode? The pant fold? No, that was Curb, wasn't it? That was Curb Your Enthusiasm. Yeah, there's a new season of Curb Your Enthusiasm going. Actually, there's probably a new episode to watch because it's just gone past Sunday. I really enjoyed that first episode. Your left hand was a crotch high. Oh, okay. All right, let's try and get through this and hit the silk. The thing I like about this game is you can kind of spot the resources at a distance, which is quite nice. If the sun's out and it's a clear day. But once you get good at knowing what they look like, the tracking in this game is rubbish. Like once it's like, oh, you can track silkweed on the compass bar. Like, look how close I am to it, and it's still not there. There it is. It's just appeared. So you have to be within like 10 meters. Well, I think maybe once you've seen it, it does say there, but yeah, you can't really go around using the compass to try and find the resources, in my opinion. Like, it's useful. It's useful for minerals that spawn in amongst rocks in like weird overhangs and in crevices and stuff. Because when you get near enough, if you're vertically above it, you might not be aware it's there. No fox to give. How's it going? Range is a lot farther for you? I mean, I guess it depends. Like, I have my field of view cranked up a lot to see more. And like, I'm zoomed out. So maybe for me, the distances seem closer than they maybe are. Like, if you're like in tight like this, like, I don't know. I don't find the tracking to be super useful. Whereas I can see like that's silkweed, and that's got to be what, like 100, 200 meters away? I wonder if it's latency. It might be. It could be. Yeah, I didn't consider that. That would be weird. It definitely could be. Because you've got a decent range? Huh. Yeah, maybe it's not loading in. Like, I can see this one right next to me, but this one over here, that one, is not showing up on the map at all. And I can see that one over there, but it's not showing up. Yeah, that is weird. I mean, there are plenty of weird bugs in this game with things not working as intended. So finding out that my compass is like set to 5 feet away at its max range wouldn't be the weirdest thing in the world. Wow, that took a long time to harvest that. We're on an armoring leveling kick right now. I just hit 181, I believe, in armoring. Trying to get to 200 so I can start working on my void bent armor, and actually switching over from mining, because I've had 200 mining or 200 smelting for a while now. Wait, what? Right, it's still approximately 1 Skynet. I'm on a 2070 Super. Yeah, so I got a 2070 Super. Ooh. A couple of years ago now, I think. And the card's going great. Like, I think, if anything, I would probably upgrade my CPU before I upgrade my 2070, I think. I'd probably do like a motherboard CPU RAM update before I did a CPU update. Trying to remember which one I got more recently. I'm pretty sure I got the graphics card more recently than I upgraded my motherboard CPU and RAM. So yeah, this farming is important. This is actually I think this is a really good pivot I've done away from doing the metal for leveling armoring, because I have much more of the reagents of the tannin for leather and the weave and everything for cloth. So I don't have to go and buy more flux. Plus, I need to level these refining skills. New PC has a 3080 being delivered any day now. Man, that is going to be pretty amazing, especially with games like Battlefield and stuff coming that are going to look incredible. And I need to get my other refining skills, the one for cloth and the one for leather, up to 200, so that I can start working on those cooldown materials, because much like everything else in this game, even though you're doing, like I'm going for heavy armor made out of metal, it still requires the top tier leather, the runic leather, and this top tier cloth, the phoenix weave. So you can't really ignore any of the crafting trees if you're... I mean, I guess you could, and you could just buy it, but that's going to be expensive. So... You have 69 decks. Nice. I need to message Ben and get him to transfer leadership of the company to me. Because he hasn't logged on in a month, and I think very soon he's probably going to delete the game client. I'll try and set that up over the next couple of days, I guess. Was it just future-proofing and don't buy parts often enough? Yeah, exactly. Like you can stretch a PC. Like I run into a few issues now because I'm both gaming and streaming, and then you need a certain amount of overhead on top of that, you know. But for just personal use, yeah, I usually could go 5+ years easy between upgrades. And that used to be you would usually go like 3 to 5 years between upgrades, right? Especially when it comes to graphics cards. And usually it wasn't a problem. Like you'd go 3 to 5 years and you'd be like, okay, now there's like a game that's coming out that, you know, I really want to play, and it, you know, I would never buy the top tier newest graphics card. I always go one step down, the ones that's slightly older, just for like performance to money ratio, right? And it didn't used to be a thing where you had to worry about availability. And like, you know, if you wanted a product, there was a company out there that would supply to your demand, right? But that's not the case anymore. Thanks, cryptocurrency. Fucking the planet and the availability of video game machines. Last 30 seconds of my gathering bonuses here. So we got half our inventory full. We're definitely finding a lot more silkweed in this area, which is nice. I don't think I need to really gather regular hemp anymore, but that is what I appear to be doing. Somebody's saying they're not expecting demand and supply to equalize before 2023. Oof. I know it's not just crypto, but it's also not crypto. What a 2070 the week of the 3070 launch, and the guy was like, you should have waited 6 months. These will drop $200. Yeah, about that. I mean, shit, they went up like for a while, right? Like, who was it? Was it Pim who got like a 3000? Someone in chat got a 3000 series and then was like, I could flip this around right now and make $600 off what I bought it. Like, that's so wild. It's not how anything's, but like never before is there usually a thing where you buy it and drive it off the lot and then it's worth more than what you pay for it, you know? This is the bug where if you harvest, this is a real problem. So there's a bug where when you harvest something, when you gather, your weapon bugs out and you won't be able to attack something and hit them for a while. And normally the way to fix it is you just switch weapons and then switch back and it's fine. But if I do that, I'm going to lose my speed buff from the Bloodlust perk that's broken, and I don't want to do that, so I'm just going to outrun this angry kitty and get to keep my 30% move speed. Which is fine, because I can come up here and mine this air moat spire. It's down here. Oh, that's Boar's home down there. There are still people farming it. Huh, is it still good? It doesn't look that good. Maybe it's people farming the boss because the boss drops like a rapier and like a necklace or something. I mean, it looks like it's spawning pretty regularly. Maybe it's just still good for weapon XP? Ethereum is moving to proof of stake soon. I don't expect that'll make a difference. Bitcoin is a total non-issue, at least for GPUs, since they've moved to ASICs since ages ago. That probably doesn't help the chip shortage in general, though. Even without crypto entirely, I'm sure the problem is still pretty bad. Yeah. Right, because the latest cards have stuff in them that make them garbage for mining Bitcoin and stuff, right? I remember Will saying something about that. Yeah, I think isn't it? It's a mix of demand outstripping supply, like started with crypto, but maybe not so much anymore. But also chip shortages with the pandemic and everything, like manufacturing slowing down. Yeah, I don't claim to be an expert. I just know graphics cards do be expensive. Oh, I wonder how much of this stupid hyssop stuff I'm actually carrying. Yeah, thingy. Sure. I only harvest those herbs to get the rare cooking reagents like garlic and thyme and peppercorn and all that. The actual hyssop flower is used for making weak health potions, is still there. Which is, I usually would just throw it away, but you may as well craft it into weak mana potions. I always carry water on me, although I am getting a bit low. So for example, I could come in here Just gather water over and over again. I try and carry about 1,000 water on me because if it's in my potion belt, it doesn't go towards my capacity. And there are trade projects that require water. Various cooking recipes require water. Obviously, crafting those potions require water. It's totally fresh. What about it? It's moving. It's like, kinda. Not really. God, I was terrified of any still water from camping as a kid. They drill into you over and over again. Like, do not drink from still bodies of water. And even rushing water, you still have to put the iodine tablets or whatever in. Yep. And then I also stop breathing while I'm doing that. I wonder if I could kill myself from like drinking. It seems like it's you regen air fast enough when you put your hair above it. Like I can't collect water fast enough to actually drown myself. Someone did one of those things where like, you know, one of the ways to level professions is just to craft the like base tier item because that's the easiest way to do it. So for example, like to level Arcana, you could just collect those herbs or buy the hyssop plants and collect fresh water and make weak health potions over and over and over again. It's probably like 500,000 potions or something, but you could do that to get to max level Arcana. But then someone did a guide, like an infographic guide about that. And then people were just like, okay, yeah, that's a lot, whatever. And then someone was like, hang on a second. If you actually had to, like, the amount of potions you need to make, you need like, I don't know what it is, 300,000 water. I don't know. It's probably more than that, but like, it's something ridiculous. And then like sat down, like you can work that out, right? Like it takes about what, 3 seconds to collect 11 water. So 3 seconds times 300,000. And someone is like, it's like 20 hours straight of just gathering water over and over again if you don't buy it. It's just like so ridiculous. Like, I guess you could level the profession doing that. And yeah, it's cheap, but it's expensive in time. I don't know that I would ever do that. The most I can put myself through is just sitting here pushing my mouse button to collect water a bunch until I'm up to 1,000. Then I don't have to worry about it for like a week, you know? So I don't use that much water. It's in like a handful of cooking recipes, and then every time I need to make those, well, I guess whenever I make potions, probably. Because I do occasionally make encumbrance potions or the corruption tinctures. That's the thing I like about Windswood, the town that we first captured, that's my hometown, but has since been taken by Covenant, is Windswood has a river running through it. So you don't have to go out and get the water. You can just go to the river and collect water whenever you need it. Not every town has a fresh source of water. They have a well, which you can draw water from, but you can only do that once every, I don't know how often. It has a cooldown, whereas the river, you just grab as much as you want. It's the fucking best. Yeah, so tomorrow we have a war for Windswood. We're attacking Covenant. We haven't fought Covenant for a little while. Covenant, a strong army, strong faction. It'll be interesting to see how we go. We did pretty good in the last assault against Syndicate, but I feel like Covenant can field a stronger 50 than Syndicate can. I wouldn't be... The last time we tried to attack... Did we try and attack Covenant at Windswood? I don't think we've tried to take it back yet. I think this is the first time we've tried to take it back. I can't remember. I think this is our first attempt to take it back, so... however, I'm not streaming tomorrow. So will we miss Jinzo? In what regard? I don't understand the context. All of SFS is server transferring. What's SFS? I'm assuming it's a company, but I don't recognize the acronym. Oh, I got 1,000. That's enough. Don't have to worry about water for a while. SFS. Safety from succubus? Who? Sandy Rising. Sunforge. Soulforge. Oh, Syndicate. I know story to I don't know the breakdown of Syndicate. So okay, Jinzo, if you are hanging around for a second, I have questions for you, which I would love to have answered. Because I don't know anyone on Syndicate to like be able to ask stuff. It's weird to play on a server against like a massive faction and not really know a lot about them. Like I was saying this a while before that I hope the like leaders of like the Rangers and companies and stuff talk to the leaders from the big companies from Syndicate and Covenant. Because I have so many questions. So obviously you guys control Brightwood, and I recognize your clan icon, the company icon. So in terms of like the Syndicate team on Midian, is your company one of the bigger ones? Okay, yeah, cool. Let me know when your outpost game is done, and I'll yeah, I have some questions. No worries. Yeah. So so I'll talk about what I was curious about. So from our side, anecdotally, it seems like Syndicate is actually huge. Like you have a lot of people. Like what I've noticed is when it comes to like doing PvP missions in open world, Syndicate can always bring just like mass bodies. So like I've kind of been mostly ignoring the open world PvP. Like I've done a bit of it here and there, but what I seem to notice was every time we tried to like push in and take a Syndicate town, unless we did it while folks were offline, which helps me because my peak time is when it's server off peak time. So that's a good time for me to do PvP and try and flip a zone. What it seemed like is that Syndicate could always bring just a shitload of people to do missions and counteract whatever push we tried to do. So anecdotally, it seemed like Syndicate had a large number of players compared to our faction, or at least larger. But then I feel like we always did pretty good on Marauders in bringing our top 50 versus Syndicate's top 50. Like it seems like a bit of an equalizer, right? Like when you get into war, it's you know, even if one side is bigger than the other in the server at large, when it comes to war, it's still just 50v50, and presumably the best 50 on each side at that time, you know, availability being what it is. So I'm curious if that's a thing that you're also aware of. Like, does it seem like Syndicate has way more people? So that's one thing I'm just curious about. I'm curious if, like, is your company one of the bigger ones compared to, like, Storytime, who own Everfall and have from the start? I've heard a few people say that, like, Syndicate had, like, maybe had some big streamers who had a community that came with them, and that's why Syndicate seemed like they had more people, that when, you know, the game launched and people picked servers, that someone who is a streamer who's probably much larger than me had a community that rallied around them and all decided to join Midian and play on Syndicate. Or maybe it was like an existing guild from another game picked the server. So I was always been curious about that, because searching as I could, I think I found a YouTube channel that had some videos that were like Midian Syndicate perspective, but it was a very small channel that someone had just done up to throw some videos up. It wasn't like they were a big content creator or anything. So I've always been curious about that. It's interesting that you are transferring with the company. Do you know which server you're transferring to? Is that just because the one you're going to is got a bigger player base? I'm curious to hear the reasoning behind wanting to transfer. I'm also super curious what's going to happen to Brightwood if your company is currently in control of it. I guess it depends if anyone stays behind or if... I wonder what would happen. Like, because I know you can dissolve a company if everyone leaves it, I'm pretty sure. Because there was that whole thing about if you want to transfer the company to another server and use the same name, you can't do that if it still exists on the previous server. So you would need everyone to leave the company to free it up on the new server. And then if that's the case, does the settlement just revert to being uncontrolled and then someone's got to pay 100k to settle it? Probably, right? That's interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this game. Like we were talking about server transfers earlier with, or no, sorry, we were talking about server merges earlier, because I'm sure at some point some of the lower population servers are going to get merged either together or into a bigger one. So yeah, we were basically the equivalent of Rangers of the West for the Purple faction. The two top companies from Purple were Storytime and SFS. We led most of the wars that won. Right, so was it just a case of, because the Rangers got to be how they are just because they were the first company to start like promoting and recruitment on Marauders to say, hey, join our company, we're going to be doing this. And so they just had a lot of people, which meant they had a lot of money, which meant, I mean, well, I was going to say which meant they could settle early and pay the 100k, but they also took donations from the faction at large as well. Most of the wars we lost because we didn't lead or participate in. Okay. So it's a case of Storytime and SFS are just big because Purple is losing a lot of companies. Interesting. It's interesting because it's like, it's not like they're doing badly, right? Like everything's pretty even. Like we have 4 territories. Syndicate has 4, Covenant has 3. Like the server's actually very even. But the server is a little quiet compared to some of the bigger ones. So it might be that people are transferring that. The company that owned Monarch Bluff had a woman who's governor and she's a partner streamer. Okay. So there is someone who's a decent sized streamer. Okay. Who brought her community. Okay. That explains it. Because someone said that was the case. You don't happen to know what her username is? Just because I'd be curious to see like what the organization's like on the Syndicate side. But whenever I search Twitch for like Midian, like, which makes sense. No one would ever, like, I don't title my streams Play New World on Midian, you know, like I just say Play New World or whatever. Oh, transferred as well. Okay. Which server did you go to out of curiosity? Speckle. Okay, cool. Because I know El Dorado is one of the biggest servers in US West. And then there are a few other. Celadon. Oh, you went to Shroud? That's Shroud's one, right? I think that's right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where Shroud and Anthony and Grims and Beanans and them all play. Zacriel? Yeah, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Because, yeah, they're a big Covenant team. So that's cool to see. Like, yeah, they're a big Covenant team, and Marauders. There's a... Because I watch Shroud a lot when I'm not streaming. I really like him as a streamer. And he's also really into New World. So I've noticed they've been talking about the 1-2-3 faction on Marauders has taken like 3 territories in one day. So they're making moves. Yeah, it seems like an interesting server to play on. As long as they're not having those massive queues that they were having. So I know they had really bad queue times when the game first launched, but I think it's a lot better now. Maybe like during absolute prime time, but no queues. Okay. Cool. I'd love, like, if you want to pop by every now and again, let me know how you guys are going after the move. I'd be super curious about that. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I think that's something that a lot of servers are going to go through now, that server transfers seem a bit more stable, and maybe, yeah, the individual player transfers is like whatever, but yeah, the bigger dings is when a whole company or like several companies from a faction decide they're like going to pull up stakes and oh really? Oh, that's super cool. I have to check out her stream. Yeah, because I've there aren't that many people as crazy as me to play on a 200 ping. Like I think even from New Zealand, that's probably down to like 150 or 200. No. So Jinzo is from Syndicate on our server, and is saying that some of the big Syndicate companies are looking to transfer to the one Shroud's playing on. Not for that reason, but that happened to be the server that they're going to. And this is the first like Syndicate person to come by the stream that I've gotten to chat to and be like, hey, so, you know, ask about, oh, like, you know, what's the... So it turns out there is a streamer on Syndicate. That's why they've got a lot of people, because their community came over with them. So I always wondered about that, because I could never figure out... Like, I don't know how you would go about finding that, you know, rather than just asking someone from Syndicate, I guess. So that's super interesting. Yeah, so that's the thing, is a lot of people have been whining about it and complaining and blaming streamers, but in the same way, a lot of people in our faction whine about Ice Gauntlet lag and people exploiting. It's like, no, they aren't, you fucking idiots. They're just using the Ice Gauntlet. It happens that it's a good weapon, and it also happens that it causes lag, but they're not exploiting that, they're just using it. There's a difference. If anything, our faction exploited that in one war that I was in, because people tried to have people who hadn't leveled Ice Gauntlet use it as their secondary, and they were doing shot calls of, okay, people with real ice, they had to actually make a command, like a shot call, because they wanted people who had actually leveled the Ice Gauntlet to use it at certain points to do damage. But if you had low-level shot gauntlet people using it, it would overwrite the damage from the more effective ones. So they came up with a call to say, okay, I can't remember what it was. I definitely remember it was cheese gauntlets was the low-level ones to try and create lag, and it was the lamest fucking shit. But I'm not in a leadership role on the faction. Like, I'm just there to hit stuff with an axe, so... SFS had the biggest amount of people. We had 2 companies. Okay, so like you said, kind of like Rangers, because Rangers had Rangers of the East, Rangers of the West, and then they had Rangers of the South, but then enough people started leaving that they decided to consolidate Rangers of the South into the other 2 guilds. And I also don't think Rangers of the South ever actually owned territory. Your faction has several streamers on it. I don't know why people would complain about streamers on other teams. Well, don't really. Like, as far as I know, I could be wrong, I haven't seen anyone else advertise that they were streaming wars in the faction channel. It's just been me, and I'm not a large streamer. And I do not have a large community that I bring with me. Like, Ben, I would say, is like probably a medium-sized streamer. Like, he's out of all of our friends, Ben is probably the biggest streamer. And he had some of his community join. Joe doesn't stream it either. Yeah, exactly. Like, Serge played but didn't stream. James played but streamed at one time. So, as far as I know, I don't think Marauders actually has a big streamer on it. What I would call a big streamer, and that's not me. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Midian doesn't really have big streamers at all, which is why our population is like 700 at peak. It's, you know, not a tiny server, not a deserted server, at least maybe soon, but not right now. But not a big one either. We're below half capacity at peak, so... it's been kind of nice. Like, I kind of like the wars we've had. I understand why a company might want more action and might move, but I like the breakdown of ours. Like, the teams have been fairly even. Like, Covenant got set back a little bit. Syndicate was ahead and we sort of came up, and, you know, it's been fairly, like, what I think is a good spot for the game, where all 3 are viable and are vying for stuff, you know? Yeah, fair enough, yeah. I think a big factor was also, like, Syndicate got the first territory, so I think that probably convinced a lot of people to join Syndicate early on and help the numbers a bit, just because it seemed, you know, people want to be on the winning side. Makes sense. I like my size of streaming. Like, I'm working to grow. I love the community that I've formed of cool people, of all very respectful people and interesting, you know, interests and hobbies and perspectives. But I'm not a big streamer. I don't even think I'm a medium streamer. I don't like to use the term small streamer. I just say I'm a streamer, you know, and I'm working on being partnered. Outpost rush queues on Media.Hell. That is true. That is true. Even, you know, outside of, even during prime time, you get a couple of hours where you can get a game quickly, and then it very quickly devolves into not popping. And then after hours, I don't even bother trying to queue. So that more than anything has kind of shown that the server is on the small side for sure. Thank you, Angry Optimist. I appreciate that. But yeah, to Joe's point, like when people would whine about like, oh, streamers and like, oh, there's a streamer on the other side, that's why they have so many people. Like Jinzo said, like Speckle on the other side isn't even something that you wouldn't consider to be a big streamer, just a streamer that has a community that came along. In the same way that, you know, I'm a streamer that has a community that has joined the server to play with me on in a couple of cases. So probably bigger than me, but yeah. It's interesting. Like, it'll be interesting to see how the server shakes out. I think what would be great for the server, and I would really, and probably great for a lot of servers, I think our server, Midian, is a great target to merge some of the lower, even lower population servers into us. Because we are consistently, like I said, half about peak capacity. Peak capacity is about 2250 right now, players online at any one time. And we're, like I said, today during peak and yesterday, around 700. So you could merge servers into us and bring a lot of players over and not have issues with the server capping out and hitting queues. And probably do those servers a favor if they're on a server where they've got even less players than us. Their economy and their settlements probably aren't in a good spot. I think I would like to see New World maybe take a look at some of the server pops and think, well, maybe we transfer some of them over into servers like Midian. And yeah, if we have some, you know, companies transferring out, that would help offset that. So hopefully, I don't know how, I'm sure these are conversations they're having as part of running a live game. But I don't know how far along they are in that process. So it'll be interesting to see. Like I said, that, you know, I've been saying this for a while now. The next month or two for this game is going to be interesting across a lot of different areas, like how their fixes for war performance goes, how their bug fixes go, how their feature quality of life add-ons go, weapon balance. You know, can they start fixing some of this stuff without creating additional big issues they've then got to deal with, which has kind of happened in the last week or two. You know, it's going to be interesting to see. I don't think that would be the case. I think it's more of a game management concern, because it doesn't create. Max is working this time. There's also a part of it where like people hear server merge and it's not always like universally celebrated, you know? So I don't think they want to do it too often, but if it will be a net positive, it's probably a smart thing to do. But yeah, how they handle it is tricky because, yeah, what do you do? You know, people probably own, you know, on their server, Windswood and Everfall are always going to be owned by someone. So when you merge that with someone else, those people obviously presumably lose those settlements because the server they're merging into will have someone else that owns them. So how they handle that, you know, yeah, who knows? Be interesting to see how things go. Yeah, it's its own thing. Yeah, it's its own thing. But yeah, I'm sure they pay well enough that they are attracting smart talent. It's a popular game. They can, you know, it's been popular, so they can afford to grow out the team to deal with the popularity growth of the game. How much silk have I got now? Almost 3,000. Okay, that's quite a lot. The player cities was destroyed. I mean, that is that's a kind of a specific thing because, as I said, that game had people building their own player cities. I remember the guild that I was a part of planned out their city very carefully and laid out roads and housing blocks, and it was a whole thing. So yeah, if that was to merge and you lost that, that would really suck. Hey, missed. Yeah. I mean, good luck. Like I said to Jinzo, I'd be curious to hear how you folks go after the shift and how, you know, things shake out over there. So always feel free to stop back in and let me know how things go. I remember Mist especially being very hard to kill. But that is probably, I'm guessing, due to heavy PvP armor with Onyx like I'm running. Which, like, everyone should be running because it's just so fucking broken right now. It'll be very interesting when they fix that to see what the actual survivability of people is in the wars. Like, people have gotten used to this current meta, I think. And it's going to be interesting when that changes and how people adapt to it. Oh, that's every server Diabetic Madness. You can there was a cool video on it's, you know, a video of a problem. If you go to the starting areas, you can watch the same like random letters and numbers characters running the exact same path, run into a wall for half a second, move around it, go to, so they've scripted out the low level pathing to go do all the quests, because apparently I don't know what level it is, but they want to get to a certain point. I think it's probably the first town or something, level 10. I don't know what it actually is, but there's a point early on where you're then given 1,000 gold. And so in terms of like, if you are trying to automate and farm and generate money to then sell, which is what gold farmers do, it's far more efficient to just make a new character, do that leveling process, get the 1,000 gold, transfer it to a bank character, and then delete the character and do it again. So if you hang out in the starting areas, all you see is the same random letters and numbers characters in a run doing the same movements because it's all programmed out. It's super shitty. But then there's also a thing you can do if you're a high level character, which, I mean, I'm almost done here, so fuck it. Let's go check that out. So because this is the starting area, right? There's this cave and there's the boss enemy you have to kill in there for the quest, right, to progress. So what people have been doing is if you have a high enough character, you can just one-shot that boss before they can get credit for it. So people have been taking time out of their day. Like I could do it, especially in my prime time, because that's the same kind of time zone as Asia, where a lot of the bot farms come from. Go there and just murder the boss over and over again so they can't progress, and it fucks their script up. And if they're there, they'll start swearing at you and abusing you. It's pretty funny. Thank you, Mist. I appreciate it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how things shake out. For me personally, I started on this server because friends of mine are in Canada and North America, so we picked this server to play with each other. So that's why I'm on a 250 ping, which is pretty harsh for the wars and for PvP. Like I'm rubbish in a one-on-one just because I can't react well to blocks or dodging or anything like that, so I usually just get absolutely slaughtered. In a war, it's not too bad because it's mostly AoE and I know how to position and etc, etc. So for me personally, the friends that I came to play with, all but one of them has stopped playing, and at some point, if they do offer cross-region transfers, I'm going to have a decision of like, do I pack up sticks and go back to an Australian server? I want to play with Joe, but there's a lot of it's going to be a very tough decision. I want to play with Joe. I like the faction breakup that we have on this server. I like the Marauders faction we have on this server and the people here. They know me. There's a lot of factors that mean I want to stay, but the lag is rough. Moving to another server in Australia, the lag will be better, but I'm not going to know anyone. I'm going to have to find a company. Then I'm not going to probably get picked for wars for a while. Unless I can, unless my gear score is high enough, which is probably a way to do it. So the short version is like, I'm not imminently transferring. I'm not being like, fuck this server, I can't wait to leave. Like, I don't know, but there's going to come a time where I have to make that call. And it'll probably be long enough from now that we'll have more factors to go on too. Like, I'll know, like, what does our server look like after some of these company transfers happen? Does the faction split change? Like, do enough people leave Syndicate and Covenant that we just demolish everyone? Because that's not fun. If one faction controls the server, that's not interesting. Yeah, that's the thing, is there are plenty of servers where it isn't as even as ours. I think quite common is 2 very strong factions and 1 faction that's just getting absolutely dumpstered. There are servers where it's just completely one-sided. I think ones that are as even as ours are rare. Yeah, so it's going to involve a lot of research. It'll be a while from now because it'll take them who knows how long to get cross-region transfers working. And then I'm going to have to be really sure about the server that I'm going to, which is going to be hard. Like, how do you even do that? Like, normally I would just assume that the New World forums had like a guild recruitment or like a server-specific sub-forum where you could go and chat about, issues for a specific server, chat about the faction situation, whatever. They don't. There's no faction, there's no server specific sub forums, there's no like recruitment sub forums where I could go, because like the idea I had was like, hey, I play this game a lot. If I look at hours played, I've played 424 hours of New World. As like far as like, I'm definitely not the highest gear score or the most powerful character, because I think while I've spent a lot of time doing that, I've also kind of dicked around and haven't been farming gear score as much as I have. But anyway, the point remains, I'm a pretty high level character with decent trade skills, decent gear score, good knowledge about the game. I play a lot. So like, I feel like that's a good resume to go to companies on other servers and be like, hey, yo, does this help? Does someone who tanks and does melee DPS like that is something you're interested in? And try and get like a soft landing. Okay, here's a classic point. This point doesn't have a great axe. Look how much faster I'm moving than this person. Like, if I was to be a real dick, I could just run ahead of them and grab every resource node that they want, because this blood axe perk, this bloodlust great axe perk is so fucking broken right now. Anyway. Yeah, and I don't even know how I would go about that, because unless someone happens to be streaming on that server, do you know what I mean? Like, how would you even approach someone on a different server to you in the game and have a conversation with them? Like, I'd have to somehow find out what the biggest companies are on a server, find their Discord and start having a conversation that way. Like, it's probably doable, but like, it's going to be really difficult. Or do I just blind jump? That seems like a fucking bad idea. Land on a server and hope the faction, like, what do you call it? Hope the faction split makes for a good battle and find a company. Like, I like the sound of that. I think probably what I'll end up doing is like browsing through the New World directory on Twitch, trying to find the Aussies streaming, try and find someone that isn't a complete garbage human. Like, I know Slush Puppy plays, but he doesn't know me from a bag of rocks. He plays on Yama, I think, which isn't one of the biggest servers in our region. I think Lerner is the one that Lowton, a friend of mine, plays on. But he was saying their company isn't that big and they're not like super into it, which isn't really what I'm looking for. Like, I don't want to just go join another social guild, because then I'm basically the same spot I'm in now. But I need to make sure the company that I go play with aren't arseholes, because then that's going to be no fun. Like, there's so much involved in that decision. And that means the grass has to be so much greener than what it is right now. You know, right now, everything is perfect except the latency's a bit rough. You know, I have all those other things. I have a company that I'm cool with playing with. I generally like most of the people in Marauders. The faction split right now is good. We'll see how that changes, of course, but right now is great. So it's a big risk. Like, I could transfer and then be like, oh, this is worse. I can now hit things and dodge, but this is way worse, which would be terrible. So, you know, got to figure that out. All right, I think I'm pretty much done with farming here. There's a little bit more silkweed we can grab. So now I'm going to have to figure out who has a tier 5 weaving station, which I know Ebonscale does. I don't think Windswood does. I mean, I can check on the map in a second, but I'm just trying to remember. I hate the way they touch back like that. I know my linen is in Cutlass, but I don't believe Cutlass has... Does Cutlass have a tier 5? It does. Unless they fixed that bug, but I'm pretty sure that means it's tier 5. Okay, so I just go back to Cutlass. I'm still going to have to... Oh, and they have tier 5 outfitting. Okay, so we just go to Cutlass. Easy. Is tier 4? So they did fix that bug? No, because their tannery is tier 5. So there's a bug that refining is one level below what it should be. So yeah, I know they have tier 5 tannery, so they must have tier 5 loom as well. So that bug is still active. All right. So I need to go back here because my weaving clothing is here anyway. Oh, actually, I'm going to need a lot of my reagents. I only have 160 here because I'm pretty sure I threw them somewhere else. 126. In Brightwood? Yeah. So Brightwood. Okay, Brightwood. Which we're here, so we may as well run up and grab those couple. I could also probably do some refining up there to bring my weight down and my travel costs down. I mean, the real hope is that they just get the lag, the war performance down. Like, I don't give a shit about 1v1 in the world, like whatever. But if they can get the lag and war performance down where wars feel great, then I'm okay staying. Because I can learn to play around the other stuff. They just need to get more of a handle of the game performance. So I think I'm here for... I'd be surprised if I transfer off this server before next year. And at that point, that's probably when Tarkov wipes and I'm super back into Tarkov again. So I'm probably cool to just chill out here. Longer term, I'm actually going to grab all this shit. Iron and star metal and silk. At some point, I'll need to get back into making orichalcum tools, probably after I'm done leveling armoring, because I want to try and get... I want to try and sell a bunch of them, and I want to get god rolls on perks and stuff, so that I then just have the tool that I'm going to have forever until they release whatever the next expansion is. There, you jump out of that. But then I think I probably want to wait to do that to level logging and start getting into ironwood. I'll probably try and spend some time doing that on my days off, because I'm not streaming tomorrow or the next day. So I'll probably go to Ebonscale and grind some of those wood dogs for logging and try and get to 175. It's actually a bigger run to Morningdale than I thought. What's the actual name? Morningdale Village. Okay, that's descriptive. I guess they're all like that, right? The city isn't called anything different. This is Windswater, so this is Windswood City. This is Reekwater, so that's Reekwater Village. That's Everfall, so that's Everfall City. Okay, I'll take it back. That does make more sense than naming them something individually, I suppose. The face. So. You know, it just occurred to me that it's kind of weird that two different people came by the stream from the other factions to say, hey, GG's, we're transferring. How do they even know that I stream? I guess they could have searched Twitch for your goth dad, but that's incredibly specific. I never put in global that I streamed. I only ever put it in faction chat. And we had a couple of people defect from Marauders to Covenant, but not to Syndicate. That's weird. Well, I think I occasionally had my title as your goth dad is 60 or your goth dad does X or whatever. Like, so but like you would have to go search Twitch for that character specific, like why, you know? It's still weird. Man, I wish I had thought of that when those folks were here so I could have asked. Oh, I guess I'll have to remember to ask them when if they come back through after the transfer to let us know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because there was someone the other day when when I was streaming the war saying, "Aren't you concerned about, you know, someone stream sniping you and like hearing what's going on?" I was like, I guess, but oh, okay. There you go. Right, I guess people in my faction know I do, so it probably came up in like people group up across faction to farm stuff. Yeah, that's the other thing is like, I don't know that stream sniping during a war would actually give you that much info. because of the delay and everything. Like you wouldn't get much more info from just watching the movement and calling it out if you had enough of a clue. Like if I streamed and gave away the initial like plans that we've done a couple of times, like that would probably hurt us. But I make a point of not streaming the opening voice comm where we're talking about those initial plans. So, all right. So this is tier 4, so I can actually get a little bit done here. Although I guess I probably shouldn't, because my weaving clothing will give me a bonus yield. Yeah, I don't think it's a big enough concern. Like, and like I said, like while people are learning how the war strategy goes with like how you should approach attack and defense and different things like that, I think the bigger issue is people not listening to commands or doing their own thing, or like bad team plans, you know? It's an etiquette thing. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I would hope people don't do it in the same way that I would hope people don't go into a war and abuse the hatchet bug or the crouch heal bug or all that other stuff, you know? And I think our server has been pretty good for that. Despite how often people in my faction cry about abuse, I don't think any actual abuse has taken or exploits have taken place on a large enough scale. Oh, for sure. There is already like pretty solid strategy. Like, you know, attacking is about taking out the enemy siege because it's harder for they can't rebuild. So, you know, you need to protect your attacking siege to be able to upgrade it, because the tier 1 siege doesn't do very much damage. Tier 3 does, but to lose one is a big loss because you only have a certain amount of siege parts. So, you know, the focus isn't on flags, it's on developing your siege to take out theirs and then taking the flags with your siege backing you up, because then it's as the like rock paper scissors go, if it's 250s on a point, defenders win because they just have to hold it. If you have, you know, your siege taking out theirs, then you get to attack with your siege and they don't have siege, and then you know. So there is some established stuff. It's just getting people to use it. Okay, so right, that's too heavy. I guess I can refine the iron because I don't have plus smelting gear for iron, because it, funnily enough, it doesn't seem to be in the fucking game yet. So thanks, Amazon. Think how many people are refining iron and star metal and steel, and how many extra ingots could be created if there was actually plus smelting yield in the game right now. Do you think attackers need a better focus on muskets to take out the siege? Fast staff is so weak against it. Yeah. Yeah, I would expect that too, Jinzo. That is totally acceptable in my eyes, for sure. Oh, you also stream the wars? Awesome. I would love to go and watch some of your VODs. Just to see a different perspective on how people do things. Did that free up much? Not really. Why am I so fucking heavy? Oh, I guess this is pretty heavy. Oh, I'm carrying 50 weight of fire motes. All right, well, let's just deposit all that. Worry about that later. Let's put that in. Let's take that. Let's take that, I guess. Take that. Oh, that's solvent. I don't need fucking solvent. Oh, man, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I don't actually need like any of that. Okay. Cool. So now I need to get to Brightwood. That's going to be expensive. Yeah. Recall here. Don't I need to get here to pick up some stuff anyway? There's a little bit. And some linen. Oh, and some... Okay. Oh, right. Because Ebonscale has... Ebonscale has tier 5. Oh, no. They have tier 4. Okay. Never mind. Could go here, but that doesn't seem like... I guess if I go here, I get the base reduction, don't I? I think. Shinzo, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub.
I smell like
I appreciate that.
I smell like
Welcome to the Funky Bunch. Let's get some hearts in chat, please. How much is one water anyway? That doesn't, I mean, I guess we could work it out. So the water I'm carrying weighs 107 and it's 1,073. So that's actually kind of easy to work out, right? Because it's not like the weight doesn't really correspond to like kilos or like pounds or anything. Because there are like, you can find 60-pound fish in the game, but they don't weigh 60 weight or 6 weight. Like it's not really 1-to-1. They've just kind of like wood isn't as like wood should be heavier than mostly everything, but it isn't. Like there's weird shit like that. There's not a lot of logic in the weight of things, as it turns out, in this game. Let me check the town board real quick. Oh, I'll help out. I'll throw 100 water in. There you go. That's why you carry 1,000 water around all the time. Okay, so I want to take the weave, the silk thread, take that. Probably need the wire. Break that. Okay. Oh, that's where all my Azoth water is. I knew I had a shitload of Azoth somewhere. Okay, cool. Oh, improve your Angry Earth trophy. Okay, cool. Righto. Okie dokie. Now, oh, man, it's still so expensive. I should probably actually just run all the way there, but I don't have enough room. Okay, hang on. Put all that in there. Need this shit. That's not gonna make a big difference. That. God, I really am just carrying 800 weight of fucking fiber right now. Man, boy, wouldn't it have been smart to bring my weaving stuff with me. I guess what I should actually do is recall here, use the weaving to refine this down to be a bit more reasonable, because I have like some stuff. And there's like a bit more here, so I could actually get my costs down enough and then probably just end up running to Brightwood or like recalling here and fast traveling when I've got much less weight on me. I think that's probably what I'm gonna have to do. All right. It also might, the flux might just be cheaper. I call it flux. It's not actually flux. The iron weave or whatever the hell might actually be cheaper. Because it's not metal. I don't think that's the case though. I think probably I really fucked up by not buying more during that week when it was they were dropping like crazy from all the tier 5 chests. Okay, so I need weaving. Net. Weaving glove. And then I think that's it. I don't have... I bought engineering head. I don't think I have a weaving chest, right? Let's just check, I guess. Pretty sure this is the only... weaving stuff I've been able to buy so far. Could check the auction house, but I'm also getting low on cash. I've only got like 17,000. Wow, I'm getting low. I guess it's because of all the refining. I forgot that actually... costs a significant amount. Yep, okay. It's over here, isn't it? Yep. Refining fees are moderate here, so let's... I could go and see, but if there's any weaving, it's probably not being sold at Windswood. It's probably Everfall usually. Yeah, just the pants. That's why I snapped up the gloves when I saw them. I think most people are smart enough to know that when these plus yield pieces drop, that they want to hold on to them. Yeah, we're definitely short on refining weave. Don't I have... It's all the refining we've got stored in a sale. So... what are they? Components, that's what they're called. So crossweave... Ah. Wow. Okay, there's not a lot. I worry about how expensive some of these other ones are going to be. It's actually pretty cheap. It's probably not cheap like compared to running to a different town. Oh, wow. So cheap. Holy shit. Thank you, Windswood. That's a fucking bargain right there. About 45. Okay, well, we'll work with that because I just bought a lot. Spent like $1,000. But it's all in the service of getting to 200 armoring. So, you know. It could be 20%. That'll give me 40%. So the bottleneck so far, I need more linen, but I have more linen at Cutlass. I need more wire fiber. Hey, I said it right that time. Now, hopefully wire fiber is one that is cheap. It is, relatively. Not super cheap, but... don't I have... I do. Let's go and see how much I would actually need. use of all the silk that I have. Two to 8 times 8. I would need 1,800 wire fiber. That's a lot. Should see if there's any place that has it cheaper too. Before. Oops. Okay, we're almost down to the silk, but when I go to Cutlass, there's like 3,000 more linen there to make use of. But the next question is, don't I need... I'm going to need coarse leather, right? Because didn't I use all that? Yeah, I'm out of leather. God, I'm going to have to go do more farming. Yeah, so there's a crap ton of linen to use there, but I'm going to have to... Wow, it's already 5 p.m. as well. We might have to pick this tail up another time because I don't know that I want to go do another 2 hours of farming. So all these gathering and material numbers seem pretty large to me. Does crafting any single item actually need this many, or is this all in the service of grinding crafting? It's in grinding. It's so that I'm gathering in bulk to do them in big batches rather than bringing a little and coming back. And so what I'm actually focused on doing here is to level armoring. The cool thing about this game that I really love is that it's not like World of Warcraft, where in World of Warcraft you have tailoring for cloth, leather working for leather, armor smithing for metal, and scale and chain. In this game, it's just armoring. And when you level armoring, you can then make... It all goes to armoring. So cloth armor, leather armor, metal armor, it's all just your armoring skill. So what I've been doing is I had previously been focusing on mostly leveling using one method. So like I started by just making linen gloves, just making a shit ton of linen gloves, because you can use cloth, which you harvest hemp and make, you harvest hemp to get fiber, turn the fiber into linen, and then you make it into cloth. Well, sorry, into linen. You skin animals for rawhide, you turn the rawhide into coarse leather, and then you mine iron and turn it into iron ingots. So for linen gloves, you would need 4 linen, 4 coarse leather, 1 iron. Iron is kind of an annoying one to gather. Killing animals to get leather is very plentiful, and harvesting hemp to get fiber is pretty plentiful. So this was an easy way to get this recipe. You get 100 XP, and I just made fucking thousands of these gloves to try and level up. Then over time, I started to realize, well, actually, I'm probably better off refining into some of the especially as I level up. Like, you can't do this straight away because at the start, you only have access to linen gloves. Then once you get to 50, you can make sateen, or if you were to come into leather, you start at coarse leather, then you eventually get to rugged leather, then layered leather, etc. as you level up. So because I was leveling my armoring mostly to make bags, once I hit 150, the top tier bag is 150. And then going from 150 to 200 takes a lot of XP. And initially I did start to do the same thing of just making the linen gloves over and over again, because you only have to collect 3 things. It's not too bad. You just collect a lot of them, but it's still very brutal. What I eventually realized is because I also need to level my smelting, just refining fibers into linen and rawhide into coarse leather and iron into iron ingots doesn't get you a lot of smelting experience. You get the big smelting experience when you go into these extra tiers like infused leather or silk and infused silk. So eventually I realized, oh, actually it's probably better for me to go into these higher tiers. So now that's what I'm doing, where I'm going out and collecting a lot of the silk weave and the wire fiber and some of the top tier resources, because when I refine the low level linen into these higher ones, I also get bonus ones if I'm using the right refining reagents. So I'm creating more of the resources. I'm getting like a little bit of extra conversion on top, so it helps me farm less, and it gives me more XP when I end up crafting them. Because you need to spend those refining reagents and they can be quite pricey, and the only way to gather them is to go out to open world areas where there's a lot of chests and dungeons and stuff. That's kind of a pain in the butt. So buying them is easier, but expensive, depending on, which town you go to and what people are charging and all that. So that's why I did a bit of the orichalcum. I did a bit of the high-end armoring for metal. Then earlier in the stream, we were making the infused gloves. No, we weren't making those ones. We were making these ones, the infused leather gloves. And that meant I could use tannin for refining. And then once I did that for a while, I was like, okay, now let's do cloth, because they're all the same, whether it's the infused silk gloves or the leather or whatever, it's still 441. It just changes which order they're in. It's either 4 metal, 4 leather, 1 cloth, or it's 4 cloth, 4 leather, 1, or I think the leather one is the same, right? It's just 4. Yeah, it's always 4 leather and cloth and then 1 metal. But the same amount of XP. So jumping between them helps. Plus, yeah, I'm leveling up my smelting, which is good. Now we're finding that to do the gloves one, I've got a bunch of silk. We can obviously do 100 and something. 100 amount of crafts there. I've got the iron in the other town. It's not here right now, but I'm out of coarse leather. So I need to dip over and get myself... it's actually not that much. It actually wouldn't take that long because it's not the super high tier. It's only the base tier. So when you go to refine leather, you turn, I think, 4 rawhide into 1 coarse leather, if I'm correct. Yeah. So I turn, for every 4 rawhide I gather, I get 1. So if I need 400 coarse leather, then I need to go out and harvest about 1600 rawhide. No, yeah, this is not from the Star Wars Holiday Special. This was like released around the time Star Wars came out, because it was the 70s and people wanted to people were very into Star Wars everything, so they wanted to go into discos and dance to Star Wars music. Yeah, so I need to go get about 1600 rawhide. However, I also have the tanning set, which will give me plus 2% yield, so I probably don't. I could probably get away with like 13 or 1400. But anyway, I'll go do that offline, I think. I think we'll probably call it there today. Interesting stream. I hope you all enjoyed hanging out, listening to music while I tried to get my armoring up. I mean, we got pretty far. I think after this craft, I would think I'll probably get to high 80s. I don't think I'll crack 190, maybe if I'm lucky. But I think by the time I stream again later this week, I think I'll be 200 armoring. I know I said it would take a week, but I didn't realize how quickly it would go with this higher level refining. I think I'll probably hit 200 armoring by the time I come back later in the week. I think hopefully my weaving and my leather working will definitely be 200, and I can start working on the runic leather daily cooldown. My weaving probably will be 200. I could at least focus on it and try and get it to 200. The next thing I want to work on is logging, get that to 175 so I can start getting ironwood, because my woodworking is also pretty low. But once I get access to ironwood and I can refine from regular wood to timber, regular timber into lumber, lumber into weirdwood planks into ironwood planks, that's going to be the big XP gain right there. And then we're looking pretty good. That'll be we'll try and get that to 200. I at least want to get to 175. I don't know if that'll get to 200, but we'll see how we go. That'll mean 200. Stone cutting I'll have to do at some point. I want to get my engineering to 200. That one's less of a priority. I would love to get weaponsmithing to 200, because then I could maybe create a legendary hammer or a legendary great axe. But that's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be a lot of work. I would definitely want the smelting gear to be in the game before I probably took a crack at that. Anyway, I don't know. We'll figure that out. Let's go and have a look and see who's streaming today. Let's have a look. See if we can find someone. Let's raid Slush Puppy. Want to raid Slush? I think. No, let's raid Critical. Critical's playing Age of Empires. I've not seen a lot of this game. I hear it's good. Why did that not work? Already have a raid in progress, but it's not showing me the raid. That's interesting. What if I reload the page? I'm not seeing the raid progress bar. I don't know if you all can still hear me. Thank you for hanging out if you can. Thank you to everyone who stopped by. I'm expecting the raid will just happen. So I'll probably just end and hope it goes through. Okay. Take care of yourselves, friends. I'll see you in a couple of days later in the week. You can't hear me? It just cancelled. Okay. Says I already have a raid in progress. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just ending without a raid today. Who knows? Take care of yourselves, friends. I'll see you next time.